a lot of people, myself included, had some really high hopes for based on their off-season performances.
For FBX?
That
Ever?
we just haven't seen them convert into this kind of performance, right? We've not seen them translate that off-season performance into the season. And I think that's a big thing. But for TYL, they did still look very, very good in that game. Their opponents, Nova, who we've already seen walk out, however, I mean, they had to face up against All Gamers, which is a bit of a rougher time, really, considering that they've made their way to the upper bracket semi-finals, looking really, really quite strong here in VCT China. And they played them close. It was a 13-7, 16-14 loss. So, you know, could have turned it to a map 3. Who knows how that stuff goes. So I think possibly we do have maybe a couple of the stronger teams here in the middle bracket.
I mean, for me, the thing about TYL is, I feel like, you know, they're definitely one of the teams that have kept what is going right in the team, added a couple of significant upgrades in terms of the firepower. So much like in All Gamers, they seem to be pretty dangerous. But as we've said, like, in comparison to All Gamers, I feel like they got the good end of the stick, at least, with a Bitty that seems to be in a complete free fall. But, well, all of that is well said and done, and we'll actually have some context in the grand scheme of the kickoff. But for now, we got two teams that should be hurdling up for what is going to be an eventual veto that might be a little bit off the grid. I do feel like with what the teams that have actually shown us, of course, if I do remember, TYL did ban Breeze for the game against EDG. That's the one that I do remember the veto for. And they also picked Abyss. So there's an option here. If you're Nova, maybe you bat away the Abyss, try to play against it. Because to be completely fair, like, it didn't look the best from TYL, but I just believe that it was out of how good EDG were in that day.
Yeah, I mean, Abyss is always a strange one in terms of the fact that it's kind of filling that ascent role. As if you pick it, then you probably lose it because the other team just picks attack, and then you lose that half, and you have to fight your way back in. So it does get banned, but only second. We start off here with a split Corrode double pick, and then Decider Breeze, which this is quite an exciting map veto vault because it's some of the newer maps to the pool. Obviously, Split wasn't added that long ago. Same with Corrode, and Breeze has just returned. So this is going to require, I think, a lot of on-the-fly adaptation from both of these sides.
Yeah, well, I've seen a bit of Breeze in the last few days. I just say that I have watched the LKC, and that is kind of my experience of Breeze, and it wasn't the prettiest thing in the world, but for what I've seen from TYL, they seem to be well prepared. They did actually push EDG all the way to the limit on the bind, which is something that won't be the case here. But of course, you know, as far as the first map is concerned, actually on both maps, the other team is going to start on the attacking side. So Nova here on the attack of the Split. Waylay Rays, I gotta say, like, pretty much the traditional composition. Of course, the fresher spin on it is the Yoru. So you do lose the, I would say, like, the area denial, the area clearance of the Rays. But what do you lose in that? You gain a secondary initiator, a pseudo initiator on the Yoru.
Yeah, for sure. I do just really like the Waylay on this map as well. Like, I think she's such a versatile agent, and I'm not really surprised that we're actually seeing Waylay become one of the most played duelists in the game now, just because of that versatility of, especially in double duelist that's really popular right now, you could sort of have that push and pull with different characters. So that's very exciting to see sort of both teams bringing that along. And then, yeah, it feels like Skye is also a mainstay on Split, where she might be a bit more unpopular elsewhere, which is certainly quite an interesting one. I'm not entirely sure behind all of the philosophy behind that, but enough musing and enough philosophizing. We are going to get into the game right now, heading into Split Vault. This one is going to be very, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, well, it has all the makings of an exciting best of three. The pool is there for the veto. The players should be of a great caliber, but we will see if they are actually able to provide. Of course, as we said, Nova starting on the attack. And a pretty interesting setup here from the side of TYL, where they got 3 players on the B site. They'll take the initial map control, but that does mean that Nova scales up and they take full control of ramp.
Yeah, very quick control as well. First 20 seconds of the round here. Scales is going to be the sort of first player as a point of contact, and as the Haunt goes in and doesn't find any purchase, that's going to give the game away here. But Azir finding 2 means that it's... well, make it 3, in fact. Sight now under the complete control of Nova Esports. And it's a 2v5 for TYL right away.
Yeah, great start for Nova there, of course, on the entry. A triple kill from Azir, as is. And it could even get worse for Splash and ELV, as they are going to be working together here from screen. High-low, that should be pretty much devastating. Still, of course, waiting to see how the execution of that one will go, as the Omen steps into the platter. His first player down. Now Splash left without much, and of course the pain shells forces him out into the open. A great pistol start from Nova already. Off to a much better look.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a flawless round is, I mean, definitely the best way you can start a game. Some really nice shots there from Azir to really get Nova that start that they were looking for. So second round here, not that much of a investment here actually. Just a couple Bulldogs and a Marshall. They run a really, really nice third round buy.
Yeah, great start, of course, from what we are seeing at the very least here, Nova. The second round purchase should at least be able to easily farm, but from the real question mark for me is always like the Marshall and the Outlaw. Which actually do you get on that second round? And well, the Marshall, of course, is a lot better. It's a lot more agile, guarantees the kill on anyone that is on 100 HP. But the Outlaw does actually carry the significance of maybe if they actually do invest slightly, like the Splash, like Slowly, for example, with the Bucky. Like if those people are going to be on 125, and the Outlaw could have carried significance into this third round. However, though, like as we've said, like it really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of this round itself, but in the game as a totality, it eventually will for Nova. So far, it's been a simple affair. They got the opener. They got the V-Site, and TYL seems to have no business, or actually not even willing to discuss the take initially, but they might just still try to go and fish for exits if they want to.
Yeah, bit of fishing could be in play here, but as well for Nova, they do have a couple of people that didn't invest into this one, so they can afford to drop a couple of bodies. It's just a hip fires with the Marshall, but Bucky up close. Oh, okay. That gets a few, and well, that's the Marshall now lost. Scales. That's a nice double. Does a bit of economic damage for Nova as well, but they shouldn't be too aggrieved with this.
Yeah, and again, you know, if it was the Outlaw, maybe they would be a bit more aggrieved, but
yeah,
that is the, I guess, the double-edged sword side of things in terms of that Marshall. It did its job. The entry, the 2 kills afterwards, and one main quirk actually about both the Marshall and the Outlaw in comparison to the Operator is that unscoped accuracy. The Marshall, of course, is the highest. The Op, you're pretty much firing on a shotgun level. Like, you need to be like face first in the person that you're shooting into, but it's a lot easier for the Marshall. It's a beamer even unscoped.
Yeah, for sure. And now we can see the results of that investment. Vandal coming through for Heybei, the captain of this Nova side, but green goes down and it's a complete bloodbath here inside of B main. And, well, they had a Vandal. It's now gone. And so's the Spike.
Yeah, it's out in the open, of course, for Nova. Much like the pistol round. But, of course, it was TYL in the round prior. Now, suffering a little bit. At least they'll get the Spike for free, but there isn't really that much where they can go. Like, middle might be their one opening, but they will still try to poke and prod. Azir at least cleared B main itself, but now, I don't know if it's the utmost importance whether or not they want to commit to that one. Of course, the economics could be a factor, but from the current moment in time, From what we have here, it's the second player in middle. Maybe a chance for Guang to actually cause a difference, but the timing from Scales is great. That might be a freebie here for TYL, but instead it's Nova to find that one, and now suddenly it could get serious if they find a second pick.
Yeah, just so isolated though in these different positions, so Azir going down in main just means that they can all focus their attention on Guang, who, in fairness to him, did find 2 in the middle there, but there were 3 players looking at you, and that's the result, is a TYL round.
Yeah, and that's the power of the Waylay right there. The Saturate is just... I mean, at this point, like, I'm just trying to compare the Saturate to almost each and every other basic ability, right? Like, it just feels like an ultimate in and of itself.
Yeah, maybe I wouldn't go that far, but I understand.
It's really strong.
It's
really strong.
Either way, straight back into things here for round number 4. And again, this heavy B main presence early on from Nova. They really want control of this side of the map. Slowly goes in for the fight and, well, down to a very low HP, 32 points of health. Just has to get out of there. Nice idea on the sort of tucked position, but unfortunately the shots don't go his way.
Yeah, man, it opens up some space for Nova, who again, last round, they're able to work around some space towards middle. Might try to do that again this time around. Again, Guang on the initial point of entry. And they might want to actually evict from that part of the map. So they're backing down towards the B side, but not really leaving anyone there, at least to feign some presence. Might be a problem of its own. Still, Scales will hold that line. ERV is going to try to play the paranoia against the contact. That is at least going to slow them down a little bit. And maybe even net him a kill on the Waylay. It's forced to retreat. And he's got the TP to at least put himself to safety. But that should be the site for Nova itself. 20 seconds of the timer. They could not get across initially. Now they are in. And the low HP on Slowly could start to be a concern. They're setting themselves up. Time is going to run low. And Splash gets fished for something here. They're trying to stagnate this round as much as they can, but they start with Guang with the 1. A Trey's raining quickly. The Showstopper does not find any effectiveness, and Green is the one that's going to go down in the end. It just does his job. The Outlaw looking for those players who are all low on health, but no connection from Azir. And it's a clean retake from TYL.
I'm very surprised the Showstopper did not find any purchase there. But in the end, like you say, Volt, it's just a nice and clean retake. Overwhelming with the numbers, overwhelming with the angles. Fighting back on in, and they get themselves that second round, tie us up. Nova probably not going to be able to buy here. As you can see, Splash just jumping in. There are too many places to watch for here. Nova just get overwhelmed by the players flooding back in from TYL.
And it's really good, of course, from TYL, the way that they've been playing that one. And maybe like one of the main things, you know, when I'm talking about the saturate that we actually see in a map like Split, in those maps that are, like, I would say a little bit more clustered, is they get so much more value because it actually fills the entire lane, right? Like if you walk into B main, a well-placed saturate kind of just takes out 1/3 of that B main position. It can catch a lot of good choke points. We've seen that as well on the Corrode, which is up next. But right now, that's something that we actually do see from a fair bit of teams. Defenders aggressing up towards A main, taking control of that part of the map, but they could not dislodge Azir. And that leaves a chance for the 2 players that have worked their way in middle to maybe try to look for a pincer. And they've averted the attention of TYL, who's had to play much more passively, and now that's an A side that could be under a lot of problems. Sword9 is alone, and he's still waiting to see if he can fish for either of those players on the vent.
Yeah, the problem with the Vents players there getting spotted is they've used the Snake Bite, which means they don't have that utility for later on. And, well, they just don't even really have the players for later on either. As the actual attempt of an execute comes on in, scaling forwards, it's a full house from TYL to greet them at the door and just lock it in their face.
Yeah, beautiful work from Sword9, I gotta say. Like, his initial patience, him just basically setting up Scales for success there, where in the initial 20 seconds before Scales got into that position, he played the right angle, didn't really allow the players in main to lurk upon him, and also made sure to play in between the orb and the wall. And that was really the signal for success. Now Nova got a couple of ultimates. Maybe they can try to use the conversion path to get themselves into the side itself, and the pit can also supplement them on the other side. Risky play from Splash, but thankfully he can just retract his way back to safety. That's the pick, and another from Guang. A trade there could make things dangerous. As a drive-by from Scales, and a conversion path with one team and the other, but it actually catches the defenders. 2 kills for Obi-Wan and Guang, and leaves such a difficult round remaining for ERV, as he's left at a 1-on-3, and he could not get the job done.
Again, this is an example of the gunfights going Nova's way, which we've not seen for the past few rounds, Volt, but that there absolutely is one. It's a lot of good fights being won, and I don't want to say over-aggression from TYL, but they did get caught by that convergent paths, kind of in a tricky position to keep themselves safe from. Here, Splash, I don't actually know if he wanted to jump over the box. I think he was trying to land on the box instead and sort of had to adapt there. But yeah, nice spams through the wall as well. Viper's Pit now invested in towards mid for TYL, but I mean, Nova haven't really been going for these mid sort of plays. Instead, it's heavy onto the sites, and it is here again. 2 for 2 trade out, 1 kill from Green with the paint shells as well. The spike is planted here.
Ooh.
Flash jumping on in, refract out, Shorty gets 1, and TYL now in the advantage.
Yeah, just paying back the favor there from Guang, who caught slowly completely off guard. He's been unable to cope really with the level of aggression and dive that we see from the Waylays. And now Obi-Wan is the one that is supposed to hold down the line. The timing might not be the best thing in the world. He's caught on the paranoia, trying to play in the smoke. 2 players on elbow. Spray down might be enough. Splash steals the first, but Obi-Wan tries to hold for his dear life. It's already half for Scales, and it's going to be enough for ERV to be able to hold down that line. It's 4 for TYL.
Yeah, again, another really solid retake from TYL. They seem to be very, very proficient at getting back into these sites and overwhelming the players here. You'll see, I mean, it's a crazy start. Brilliant anchor play from Sword 9. Splash jumping on in, and yeah, I mean, good gunfights being taken as well. A little bit risky sometimes, but you know, when the Viper's Pit in the way, you kind of have to go for those risks. And I mean, TYL definitely are not scared of going for a risky fight, going for a risky play, and it's worked out for them again.
Yeah, when we spoke about the pits, of course, we have seen Scales use his own in the middle in that same round. That the conversion path as well was traded in round 6. So a lot of ultimates traded back and forth. That leaves the ultimate economy in a pretty equivalent position. It's Green that is a little bit far behind in comparison to the Omen, but of course, like from the shadows really aren't the ultimates that you'll be looking forward for the most. Is the interdimensional drift on slowly, who hasn't been having the best of times coping with that aggression, as we've said. Maybe if he finds it here, he can get a pick. He can skate away from that take to safety. But right now, Nova, just like they have done in the past few rounds, they've poked and prodded towards mid and B, and they've ended up in what seems to be their more favorite A site.
Yeah, indeed they have. Jumping on in. Oh, slowly. Oh, he's mowing them down. Oh, dearie me. I mean, a triple kill like that, I don't care if it's on an eco, that was some very sharp shooting from the Yoru. And now Obi-Wan has to clutch up. It's a nice shot for the first, but, well, the captain will shut him down straight away.
Yeah, it's a pretty important round here as well. Especially with slowly not really having his best of starts. Yes, it is, as we said, an eco, but it is really great to see him actually being able to adjust, right? Because we've seen him in a couple of those rounds prior, where he's playing on the window itself, he's playing a bit closer on the A side, and that facilitated the picks for the Waylay. This time around, they dashed in right into their embrace, and that tiny crossfire that they had between the player tucked into the side and elbow, it has been devastating. Even when Slowly wasn't scoring, we've seen Scales or Sword 9 do the same thing, and the IGL, he has been actually doing some really magnificent things for the team, and We'll be seeing how things will go, especially considering that from the news that we do know, Sword9 is kind of on borrowed time, right? From what I understand, TYL is waiting to find another IGL, and then they'll be swapping him out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he was initially picked up as the coach of this team, and that's why he's sort of subbing in this IGL role, and will be subbed out again when when that
Put
role
out an
gets
angel,
filled.
they would say. Yeah.
Yeah, so because he was initially on this roster, got picked up as the coach, but now sort of subbing back in as a player on this team as the IGL, which is certainly a unique position. They've still got Hypnotizing though, as well, who is very familiar with this roster, head coach before Sword9 made that transition over. So still a functioning system, one that works well, one that is going to be familiar to a lot of the people on this roster. And you can see that it is very much working out. Boombot sent towards slowly and forced to just shoot it away. Reveals the position of the operator, but ERV inside of main isn't caught. And Scales as well, not caught by that saturate, able to escape through vents.
Yeah, played well by TYL, well contained, and they really have seemed to found their stride now in this defense, where they've kept the attack at an arm's reach, they've kept the waylay far enough, but now they need to be careful. The missed stop shot there opens up the world of hurt, but thankfully they still got another player on spawn, and it's a sideline denied for now. Scales have to play safe. It's a 3-on-3 in the retake. They do have the Nightfall, and that could be the difference maker when they're getting their way inside.
Nightfall coming through, double dash in, light speed, saturate, somehow Splash still surviving there with 2 HP. Now stuck in a very difficult position, still finds a second, forces Azir to try and push forwards, and Sword9 just sticking the spike defuse. He will fall, but only after he secures the round for TYL.
Yeah, and Azir definitely did well to actually try to hold on for dear life there, but the spike is just not really planted in a position for a player to be in main. And that is what we have also seen here. Again, of course, Azir supposedly swapping from that controller role, but of course, you know, on this bind with them playing the Viper, it's something that he's very comfortable with. So you would think that he's gonna have a good game, and the one player that hasn't actually been having a good game so far has been Heibei. And, you know, off the bench of Trace, surely you would think that there's some ring rust, but I gotta say, it's not only really the mechanical level that is a problem. Right now, TYL, they're just getting the right reads on Nova the entire time, you know, like they've tried to play aggressive on A side a few times. Right now, they just poked them, prodded, they found the players in middle, but the one worry is that they've left the A side open in an attempt to create a numbers advantage here with perhaps a play, and they'll be trying to make on the players at mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you mentioned Heibei. He had a fair few clutches against All Gamers. Much better performance in that first game than we're seeing now, and potentially still room to step into. He's not being helped much in this round, only with a stinger on side, but Nova have taken a bit too long to recognize this vacant A site, and TYL are starting to flood back in. Give themselves a 3-on-5, and you've actually got a wrap coming through as well. Scales up through vents. Up through sewers, sorry. He's going to be in a difficult position. Splash uses a refract to dodge the showstopper here, but all the kills going the way of TYL. As a 7th on the board for them, they've secured a win in this half, no matter what, and it feels like they're just going to keep pushing for more.
Well, that is absolutely a statement right now from TYL. Of course, it is their map pick, something that Nova doesn't actually really lean into that much. Of course, from Nova and what we have seen from them in their game against All Gamers. I believe that they actually banned the bind against All Gamers, if I'm not mistaken, in that one. So already it's something that maybe is not actually their best picked map, and the split was picked by All Gamers in that game. I believe it was ended in a 13-7 score. But the primary part there for Nova was their attacking side. Right now, it's just looking worse for wear. Only green to find anything. But they've already lost a player. At least they would have been able to say that they are competent on the side of TYL, but losing a second one could be a problem. A fourth could be on the horizon here, where the sky opened up the space for green. Still got the paint shells, still got the boom bot. But they are trying to play with the dimensional drift here. The ultimate gonna buy the time, the information figured out, and it pulls them all in the same line of sight. 2 players in the paranoia from backside to trade the first, but ERV might have a chance. He spots the barrel, but he needs to find a shot. Couldn't stick the landing initially, and Obi-Wan is gonna be able to hold down the trade. It's a 1-on-2 for Sword 9. And those two seems to be in a position of genuine menace. No way that he's gonna be breaking that high-low, and Nova finally stopped the bleeding.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see from Nova. It was punchy, it was aggressive, but also it was successful in the gunfights. And really, that's one of the key differences to what we saw, you know, on some of those A execs as well, is that they didn't just get completely owned by one anchor player that they didn't clear. So, doing a better job of clearing out the players, although ERV still gets a complete freebie onto Guang. And yeah, I mean, if you're just hitting headshots like that through the smoke, it's certainly going to help you out here. So, still for Nova some positives, but it feels like maybe that round isn't the most replicable, especially if we've seen those heavy XX fail more often than not. And again, they just don't clear a player in the site. This time, though, Nova overwhelming a 3 versus 2 as they get this spike down. Splash, because going in straight away, is going to get punished for his hubris and leaves ERV in a clutch situation.
Seems to be that the 5th is due to be on the board. Of course, ERV, he might not really be that interested in giving their retake a go, but he's still going to have to do that anyways. It's around 12 here. Attempt to be made initially, as we've said. By the way, not the success required from Splash, much more so from Guang in this round, where, again, you know, I talked about this initially. I said that TYL were conceding a little bit more space than usual just to absorb the dive range. Right now we can see that the Waylay was able to take the duel head on right into the angle, and Obi-Wan just teleporting as well. And that was just a little bit of variation that they needed. That even if the Waylay is not the one jumping onto heaven, there's still another player there. Another player is ready to take over when the fight is next.
Yeah. All in all, I think TYL still probably come out the winners of this half, but it is certainly close. I think they're definitely going to need a pistol round in the next half to really be secure, because I think Split still is that sort of defender-sided map that we've known it to be. And if Nova can get a pistol in their defense, then they set themselves up to go 7-7 and kind of run away with things here. So for TYL, I think the next round is definitely not quite a must-win, but one that they would certainly prefer to win than not, just to give themselves the best chance of being able to take their own map pick here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, here's the thing. 5, though, is a good recovery for Nova, considering how this off started. I was like very skeptical that they're going to be able to find 4. So the last couple of rounds, they've made their own adaptation, and they were able to hold themselves really well. But we have seen them crumble on the defense against All Gamers, who, if I'm not mistaken, I believe ended the defense off Nova on only 4 rounds. So there is the potential here for this defense to crumble, and a lot of it is really gonna lean onto that pistol. Of course, Vangear was the difference maker in their game against All Gamers, and I'm not saying that, because from what we have seen, maybe TYL don't have the individual firepower in a single superstar, but I do feel that their coalition of 5 members will fare much better on that attack, especially Slowly, who've struggled a lot on the defense. Now should be the time for him to stretch his wings.
Yeah, for sure. If you're looking at sort of superstar players, the player that I probably would have pointed to would have been Slowly. But like you say, not having the best time of things right now, always a chance to improve and find yourself that better fortunes here on the attacking side. Quick exploration up ramp here, though, from TYL. Trailblazer sent in, gets that information that Slowly is up close, and yeah, he will just teleport away from that one. Gate crash out, join the rest of his team and B.
And it could be a problem here for Obi-Wan if he's not ready. The Saturate caught him. Oh, that was a chance there for Splash. It's going to capitalize on the back of it, and it's going to allow some space here for Nova. As you can tell, expanded on middle. They've cut down their angles, and now TYL has gotten nowhere really else to go unless they want to fight back in middle. But they don't have that much heal till, so they must choose. And that angle between Green and Obi-Wan, it can prove to be detrimental. They're closing in on the line. They've beaten the smoke. They've beaten the line. The Saturate came in. Green and Guang are going to farm them all up. And even from the smoke is no problem for them. And Hebe just going to be able to close that one off. Now it's just a one-round game between the two teams.
Yeah, and I think here we really saw the differences between the Waylay Yoru and the Waylay Raze comp, excuse me. Because when on the attack, Guang was going in, saturate, dash out. You had another player, you had another dive in green to be able to retake that space really quickly, capitalize on the hinder that was on that opposing player. But here, we just saw Splash go in, send in a saturate, and there was no one able to actually back him up, able to follow him up in that one. And if you're not clearing your angles, it just feels like that's a real problem with this composition.
Yeah. And I mean, that's where you're supposed to get value out of the Yoru, traditionally, right? With the gate crash, with the flashes. He's supposed to go in there. I mean, slowly right now is playing as if he's a Raze, but without all the Raze setup. And fortunately enough for TYL, they are able to find some shots. Maybe they will be able to shoot their way out. That's the second player. Only one to remain on the side. And Hebe only got a ghost. He's got to try to take the fight all of them. But it's actually working out really well for the side of TYL. But the player spotted on the shoulder. Obi-Wan with the first. Still got a bulldog. And got a support from a teammate. So it's very smart from him to be patient. But now maybe he's taking a bit too much time. TYL wanting to take that initial duel head on. Green on 150. A headshot from the Ghost was never going to be enough. And now it's ERV with a measly classic in hand. Paranoia. But he doesn't really care about that. He's pretty up close and personal. A right click should be enough, but it just misses. 15 HP on Obi-Wan. And we are back to a tie.
Yeah, for sure. That round, it felt like slowly, though, was doing a lot better in terms of, again, using that utility like a Yoru. In the first round, we saw them have to use that gate crash to sort of escape, couldn't use it to follow up. This time, we saw, you know, leaving those setups maybe for a bit later in the round instead of just going for a lurk. Instead, playing with the team, a bit more of the tip of the spear, as it were. And it's a costly one for Nova. They only take 2 people into this round number 15. But they have got 2 Buckies now, so if I was TYL, I would still be a little bit worried.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But even then, you know, like, if I'm TYL, my main focus is really trying to figure out how to actually fix what's going on, right? Because I've seen Splash get into space in the pistol. They weren't able to capitalize on it. And in that second round, again, they found the initial space. They just ended up overextending there, especially slowly. And again, you don't really expect them to win that second round, but they've done so well, right? 3 players down, as we've said, forcing those Buckies and a share from Hebe. And every little bit here is going to be primarily a win. But the main factor for me is whether or not they can minimize casualties so they don't snowball orbs onto the side of Nova. With the Sky only having a single guiding light, there's a real chance here for them to try to expand, scale on the line. The Paranoia is awesome, and they're on the elbow. It's a little bit labored, but well done by Splash to still finish off the opener. That is a retake now in a 5-on-4.
Yeah. Rough position for Nova. Those 2 Buckies now looking like a bit of a detriment. Sword 9 as well, watching this sort of ramp wrap around. Jumping on in. Yep, there we go. Well, but they know Sword 9's here now. And, well, he's just getting all of the frags. Even jumping on in with the Bucky. And Obi-Wan. Yeah, what do you do here? Well, die to Sword 9, apparently.
I mean, not really that much else to expect, right? I said that to minimize casualties, but to keep it to a 0, that is just the best case scenario here. And Really well done by TYL on the entry, both slowly and Scales combining, hitting the close and long range part of that sequence, and from there it was always the round over. It was a question for Nova at how much damage they can do in the round prior. Right now they got their purchase, an op out for Guang, and that is posted towards middle. Not really where you would most likely see it, and it almost actually netted itself a kill, but now that they know where the op is, it's going to be a much different look for TYL, who maybe didn't even anticipate the sniper to begin with. But right now, they're actually returning back towards middle. They got plenty of util, 2 flashes on the Yoro, the paranoia as well. They can make their life a living hell if they want to.
Yeah. TYL just taking their time to clear these angles. They now know that Nova will have a buy on hand. And, I mean, I'm still very scared about what Obi-Wan is going to do with this judge. You can see him just tucked right close to a B main, sorry. But it does appear to be more of an A hit that will be coming through from TYL. There's the light speed double dash. Guang, good for one with the operator. Looking back in for another. Splash going in for more, but cut down by Green, and Guang just again so aggressive with that sniper rifle. Scales has made his way onto the site and has taken down Green, but that's only the first in a 1v4 that he's going to need to find.
Well, he almost found the first there. Now 2 players on elbow, almost lining up. That's just a judge. It was on 31 HP, but with the shorty, he almost had it. Guang, barely there. He could not turn fast enough. A fraction off a round that would have been the end of the road for Nova, but thankfully they scraped by once more.
Goodness me. What chaos.
The re-peek though. I mean, the call to re-peek from Guang there. That was ballsy. It took a lot of confidence, but on the operator, you really need to have that, and he did deliver all across.
And close out the round with the right click of the classic. I thought for sure that Scales was going to have that round, but not to be. So TYL call their first timeout of the day. Need to talk things over. I mean, it feels like it's a bit early in the half, but when you look at the score lines themselves, 8-8, it's all tied up, and Nova possibly have the advantage right now. Seems like maybe it could be a good time to take it, but yeah, in the context of the half, it feels like it's very early on.
Yeah, in the context of the half, but not really in the context of the game in its entirety, because you gotta remember where they've actually started on this game. If I'm not mistaken, I just want to like re-jog my memory. I believe that at the end there was a point where TYL was 7-3 up. Now they've only found a single round from 7-3 to now, and this game pretty much tied as is. The economy is not gonna be that gentle, and ultimates could be the difference maker, with Sword9 only 1 away from this nightfall. They will need to drape those curtains. They will need to cut off the light right now. Guang with the right move, just making sure that he cannot see a single damn thing. They start early on B. They got plenty of numbers, but at the bare minimum, I do believe that with the guiding light at the A site, they might have an idea that Scales is actually that close up, but Scales still find the opener. Green with one more. The operator is there. They will find the second kill on Guang anyways, but TYL out of absolutely nowhere have stormed onto that B site, and they got each and every single kill. It's only Green left in the retake.
Yeah. Green got to fight back in here. Spike already down. So many angles to clear. Does not know where these players are. ERV's tucked close in the cubby as well. And yeah, he's just so paranoid about this one. We'll probably look to save this Phantom into the next round. And TYL take the round again, take the lead again. Up to 9.
It's great for TYL, right? We've talked about it. The timeout immediately effective. And it's a much better look from the way that they played that round, especially out of scales, right? Because we haven't really seen their lurkers try to spring out and be that aggressive. And it was a risky call for both him and Sword9. 2 individual duels that if they have lost, this would have been a very different round, right? It would have been like a 2-on-3 at best for TYL. And that would have been a very tough one for their economy. Right now, speaking of economies, Nova's is broken. Still got the conversion path. A hero rifle on green that does have a showstopper. And the majority of the players on the defensive side are positioned here in this A site.
Yeah. Immediately nothing seen towards B, and you can see green very quickly making his way over towards the A site, but Heaven already under the control and in the hands of TYL, and ERV finds a kill. Splash as well, somehow does not take down Zia. And green fighting back in for things. It's a 1 versus 3 now for him yet again, but there's no chance for a save this time around. You're stuck on the site, isolated. He still wants to maybe dip out of there. The Sword9's waiting for him to creep in there. Double digits now for TYL. It's making quick work of their anti-eco. And this next round will be where we see their next test.
Yeah, and it could have gone wrong, right? Like a piece of the domino trips and everything else could have gone wrong. Thankfully, for Splash and ERV, they were really able to make sure that there are no problems with the way they execute. And I will say, like, I agree, by the way, like, the way that they execute, like, I'm just trying to contrast it to a lot of the teams that are in the middle bracket. They definitely look very concise with everyone's assignments, how they're approaching the round. Right now, they're looking pretty solid, and we will have to see how things will pan out because the ultimates are still there. Now, the full-on showstopper, only 1 away as well from what is a Seeker round that can be detrimental. 3 players on that line, and remember, right now, the Oru trying to play around the util. The showstopper has popped out. They will need to find a kill early. The showstopper actually almost kills Green himself, and TYL will bask in the glory of a forced error there. They've made life a living hell on the B players, and they've just closed it out. That should be an 11th.
Oh dear. Well, that happened, didn't it?
It did. It did, alright.
Well, I mean, for TYL, again, they're doing a good job of forcing Nova to make these mistakes, and certainly a bit more of a sillier round, but the end result is the same. They get another win on the board. They, again, like I say, force those mistakes out from Nova, catch them as they're trying to go into that transition between sitting back and pushing forwards. Oh, and that's unlucky for Guang. Looks away at exactly the wrong timing.
Well, I mean, at least for Nova, right? They get to keep the op at the end of the day. That itself is a silver lining, of course, but what we've seen from TYL for the past few is that they've actually been able to identify where the op is not and play around it. The call to play towards middle, where the op initially was in the very first round that Guang brought it out, they really haven't collided again, and immediately the timeout made by Nova, because they really need to rectify that. The op is a very big part of their play, not only because it is so pivotal in locking down some of the important sightlines, but also because you're shutting down the movement and dive potential for the Waylay in hopes that operator is going to find value.
Yeah, many discussions to be had with the coaching staff. And obviously this does afford the opportunity for TYL to talk with Hypnotizing as well. Many discussions happening right now, and
not really that much to talk about, though, you know, in terms
what
of
adaptations do you think Nova are going to be making?
If I'm Nova, I mean, is there really that much of a room for adaptations? You know, like, it's just, can we take the op to the right site? I mean, that is one thing to make. If I'm gonna make a call myself, I would have just said, give the op to maybe Izzy or maybe Obi-Wan, whoever is actually comfortable in playing the op other than the Waylay. Because I really need to see something proactive from their side, right? They have a double duelist composition. Usually you'd see the Raze trying to stretch his wing with the Sky. That really hasn't been the case here. They're playing completely passive on the side of Nova. Now, they switched it up. Yeah, and they play towards mid. And again, you know, to the exact same call. TYL have just been able to avoid that initial bit of aggression and get a clean entry to the site.
Yeah. And now, yet again, TYL, they've sort of cracked the egg, and well, it's completely open for them now. Delicious meal waiting in terms of a vacant site. They can plant the spike in. And well, the players that are elsewhere on the map, they're going to have to get a bit of a jog on here to get into a good position to retake, because the longer this takes, the more that time pressure will build.
And it's match point on the other end with funds and a tough position for Nova. They're between a rock and a hard place. They need to either get it clean or back off quickly. Right now, they found two. The conversion path opens up the road for the judge. An ERV with the wrong angle. He's not really looking at green, and he's able to find that kill. It's actually a concise retake for Nova. Much better looking, and they just cleared them all out from elbow.
Yeah, fair enough there from Nova. It felt like in the past, where they're a bit slower, TYL didn't expect them to change up that pace, and they were able to catch them off guard here. You can see, I mean, it's a nice kill on the first, and again, when spam kills are going away, that's always good. But yeah, you could see, especially there with ERV, just not expecting Nova to be as far forward as they were, to be as aggressive as they were. I guess all those previous rounds of failure had, I guess, acted as a bit of conditioning onto TYL, and that Nova were able to take advantage of. But despite the loss, TYL still with a full purchase. We'll probably have another one as well if they lose here. The saturate just to clear that close position of the pit. Nazir now scared to aggress back in, but as Green now clears that space, no longer around. It's the A side push, and this time they are going into the operator.
I mean, if they capitalized on the saturate, they would have just been able to win the round. Right there were two players on that line of sight. Now to get the information that they're closing in towards the A side. Guang could be pressured there by that setup, but it's not really the end of the world for him if he leaves that initial angle. Heibei not caught, still got the Seekers. They isolate the op away, but still an entry for Heibei. A chance for a multi-kill, shut down, but Obi-Wan still finds the security, still finds the support, and the shorty climbs down. It's just all easy goings now for Nova. They've been able to adjust massively thanks to the timeout, and from there, they just figured out TYL's game plan.
There's a gap in the Viper wall there as well for that last kill. That is quite a nasty one. But yeah, like you say, some solid anchoring yet again here from the players Heibei and Obi-Wan on Nova. And again, look at that! Look at the gap in the Viper wall there to get the final kill. And TYL call a timeout because Nova are now only one round behind them. They've got the better of them in a couple of these rounds, and this map is still on a knife's edge, Volt.
Yeah, it's a complete switch up right here. And TYL's taking their own timeout, and if it continues going the way that it has, it just should be the next two rounds for TYL. But the real problem is that everything is problematic for them. They've conditioned themselves, as you've said, and I do feel like there's definitely some grounds here for Nova to eventually, as they say, like even a broken clock is right twice a day. There might just be a round where they aggress through middle, they aggress to like the B side maybe, and they actually clash at TYL, and then this whole game can just blow up from there.
Yeah, I mean, lots of things to be considered now. still, one thing that I don't even think you need to consider is the performances of these two waylays, Splash and Guang, doing very, very well for themselves, both breaching that 20 kill barrier. But now as the barriers drop into round number 22, what's the game plan for TYL? How do they switch things up? It's a look towards B, which we've not seen in quite a while, and this is the weaker side, but again, Obi-Wan has this judge close range. Things could get very, very messy indeed.
Broke the TP, but a great clash there coming in. Still green. Finds support. Still slowly in the sight. He needs to find something, and that's the entry. There's a third player still at the stairs. Even in the saturate called the one slowly can be the security needed. That is the obvious lob.
They're not looking for him.
Yeah, now they got the chance to maybe add even more. It's still a 4-on-3. Yes, slowly can leave away. I wanted to look at the rest of TYL. They've all rotated towards the A site, and Scales have taken the site itself all the way in screens now. And he's entrenched, and they are not even aware of how deep he is.
Yeah, they do not know. Hey, bait. Oh, might have gotten a spot of something here. Oh, there we go. There's the confirmation. Spike already getting planted here on the A site. Bit of spam to deny, force a reposition. Sword9 up through vents. Oh, this could also be a very, very dangerous position. Trailblazer leading the line for now for Nova. Just making sure they can get themselves in. But again, 3 versus 4. And the Spike continuing to tick away. It's not looking good for them. Scale still going for the wrap. He might not be needed here. Sword9 now coming round the back side. Goes up round the side. Green he just can't fight up against it, and it's 4 kills from Slowly. A really nice round there from TYL. And now they do have map point.
Slowly, quiet for a few, but whenever he shows up, he seems to be impactful. Of course, initially at the B side there, just finding the entry, taking care of the op, and from there, he just kind of cleaned house with the remaining 2. It's match point for TYL. Nova, their economy should not be that bad, but if they do lose this one, they're going to be left for broke. It's do or die, not just broke in terms of the economy, but also in terms of the game, trying to take it all head on. And it's the second time that the flash from Slowly is perfect. He seems to have found the rhythm of his Yoru. A second dimensional drift to come in, and he's taking the side itself, knowing that there's a player by the rafters. A necessary duel. Splash is the one to find the success.
Wow.
Splash again. The duelists have just shut down the side, and ERV now got company. It's Guang against 3, and he's only got an op to play with.
I mean, name a trickier retake. He's now been spotted up in heaven from the shadows there from ERV to get that information, trying to clear below him. Now knows there's nobody there, but the entrenched position from ERV now inside of stairs, and he's just got to jump in to his demise. TYL, a very successful first map here, and wow.
Beautiful.
For the side of Nova, their struggles continue.
I mean, for Nova, of course, I do agree that the struggle train is still going on, but right now, from what we have seen, at least for this side of the things, it does seem that everything is looking quite all right for their look, right? Like, TYL is definitely even having a good game. If I'm Nova, I'm not really too fussed about how that one went on, right? It's the opponent's map pick. They've had a very rough start, yet they've been able to amount to a comeback. The one Wayne worry for me is actually how tactical TYL has been throughout this game, because if they are this clean and concise in map 1, map 2 still can hold a lot of troubles, because Corrode is a map fabled for its rotations right now in the pro scene. And that could be the ankle breaker, or, well, the killing blow, whatever you want to name it. It just is something that Nova will need to adjust, and fast.
Yeah, for sure. It's a tricky side of 3. Again, we can see the highlights here. I think there are a lot of highlight plays on both sides, actually, but again, it felt like TYL just had the more complete package in this game. It felt like that they were the ones that really had things locked down, and again, it's their map pick, but some of these anchor positions and just playing around the utility on the site itself was really, really impressive on the TYL defense side. Again, their Splash dodging the showstopper with the refract there. Completely cancels out that ultimate, stays alive, gets another kill, and again, despite the double pistol from Nova as well, they're still only able to secure themselves 10 rounds here in this map. Not looking good for them at all. But for TYL, again, I want to just continue to sing their praises, but we'll hear what they had to say in these rounds with the team comms coming up.
我感觉假的选两边吧，50秒选两边，50秒。I think I will be A no. I'm not. Kevin 没听。雷哥 B 来了你就放了，我帮。哦，我知道。A 一没有。A 还没。来帮个 B， 来个帮个 B。A 没有就来个帮个 B。啊绿没听。孙哥来吧，孙哥。我再来，我跑过来。先上了，咱踢跑。哎，我再干，没事。第二路烽烟。30秒选 B。B。闪光，闪光。我吐了毒。外面有弹。我走。去。 我等回防。能补出来吗？他们没进，刚走进来啊！不用，我出不来。进了，别进了。我家里面，我来了。没有啊？别进。第二楼有烽烟了，下爆了。I start. Can we fast go? Yeah, ready? Yeah, OK. Ready? 3、2、1，下一个。然后上了。8点到了没？江州。我没射弹，是这样。别动，走了，没射弹。别动，8点。别动。Nice. Well played.
Splash.
I guess Goldan would know best, of course, having actually seen a bit of Splash in Southeast Asia, but he has been having a cracker here on this game in the Waylay, and both Waylays really have had their go, but I gotta say, we have seen what superior setup actually does, especially you look at all of those kills, right, in that heat map. A lot of them on the A side are towards elbow, a lot of them in the B side are towards back sight, and that is exactly how they set it up for TYL. The initial setup from Slowly with the flash, the support from the Paranoia, it makes it very easy for a Waylay that we have seen at times from Nova struggle to find the kills and have to retract back to safety without even firing a bullet. It was a lot easier for Splash actually to use his utility aggressively and take duels.
Yeah, for sure. I said it before, just before the team comms, it felt like TYL were just, again, that more of a complete package, right? It was less individualistic, despite the fact that, yeah, we saw some individual plays. It felt like the team itself was just more put together. And like you say, when they have those better setups, that's exactly why they're able to find the success here. And if they can just shore up on their pistol round game, then this is going to be a very, very scary team indeed.
Yeah, and I mean, the scary part is even a 14 and 19 Slowly ended up being +2 on opening picks. He was like 4 and 2, I believe, for opening duels. And that is the very good part about this TYL team, is that even when players like Slowly, even when players like Scales or ERV aren't really having the superstar level game or aren't top fragging in the server, they've all had their times, they've all chimed in. It was just this time, Splash and Sword9, the ones that were taking the helm. You contrast that to the side of Nova. Sure, like there are 2 players, but the drop off from those 2 in comparison to the rest, I feel like is a little bit more severe. And we have seen a sign that I feel like is going to be very pivotal to Corrode. How many successful post plans that we have seen from the 2 teams. If it isn't the best here, Corrode might ride actually on those retakes for the 2 teams.
Yeah, a very, very retake heavy map, and it's one that, like you said again, Volt, relies on those rotations, and that's also somewhere that we saw Nova kind of struggle a little bit. But you know, it's a map that they've picked. Surely they're better on it than we saw here on Split.
Yeah,
surely
absolutely.
they're able to get away with that.
Not
but,
that we've seen EDG do that all the last year, right? Like just pick Corrode and just run away with it at times.
Yeah.
But, well, it is not theirs, as we've said. You know, like TYL is still a pretty solid map in both the macro and individual level. And just before we go to the break, do we feel like this is going to be a 2-0? I'm just going to make my prediction. I feel like it's going to be a 2-0 for TYL. How do you feel about it?
I agree. I agree with you. I mean, I had TYL in my predictions before the game as well, so that first map has me feeling pretty confident. But we will see whether it is a 2-0 or not after this break when we head into map 2.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio.
Prosperity is what TYL is supposed to represent right now. They are looking absolutely beautiful from their end. The ebb and flow has been there. As we've said, they fell flat against EDG, but realistically, who wouldn't on their first chance at trying to be elite? But this time around, they've been making much more of a splash.
Yeah, that's a good pun there, Volt. That's very good.
I'm sorry. Just had to pull that one out of the bag, okay? There's still plenty more where that came from. I study my puns pretty well.
Yeah, well, okay, I don't know if I'll be able to survive if we keep going with that, but either way.
Don't worry, I'm
Map 2.
evading the numbers meme. As long as I'm evading that, I think we should be okay.
There we go. Either way, map 2, Corrode. It feels like it's going to be another rough one for Nova. It's their map pick, but I feel like the macro is at least somewhat similar to Split in terms of rotations and things like that, and we've just they just
mama.
struggled. But this
that's
is
a
interesting.
Yeah,
This is very interesting with the veto.
Look, I'm a big believer of veto, but I just gotta say, I do completely agree with a lot of the analysts, a lot of the coaches that do say that a lot of people are not really using veto the right way. And that's going to be the question to be answered. I feel like all gamers showed us a really good iteration of that on the Abyss. It's a little bit harder to make work on the Corrode, in my opinion, just because like Abyss has some of those angles where the Interceptor holds so much value. You can do the same, of course, here on Corrode, but I feel like it's just a little bit less obvious. Like, I mean, the case in point is what we've seen all gamers do, right? They just send IAU towards A main, the Interceptor just put there, and it makes the duels next to impossible. Fangir was having a field day whenever he was set up towards the A site. Right now, on the Corrode, as he said, a little bit more complicated, but in the site itself, an Interceptor can be a nuisance. If I'm not mistaken, I believe in the C9 game, against Envy, I believe that we have seen, what, 3 cancelled showstoppers on a single split. So definitely Vito got a lot of power. Definitely he can actually cause a lot of menace, but it's just going to be a question of how they can inject him into the setup. Because the KO as well, I do believe, is one of the best agents on Corrode. And it again comes down to, can you make it work?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing with the veto is I still think the best veto we've seen globally is Yudoton on Global Esports. And again, it was a similar thing, just cancelled out so many showstoppers, things like that. Obviously, no raise on the side of TYL here, so not going to find out exact same value, but either way, looking to, again, like you say, just deny that space. And Nova very quickly pushing down mid here. Guang has already taken down Scales towards A. That means TYL, they can just accelerate here into the B site. Splash has spotted Obi-Wan as well there towards mid. Full site control now for the side of TYL. Just Hebei up in heaven. And well, he's going to be dealt with very, very quickly indeed. So a 4 versus 4 here. And the flood coming in from Nova. They just get cut down.
As they say, live by the sword, die by the sword. I talked about the ebb and flow, and clearly the power of Poseidon seems to go into TYL, as they're able to shut down that flood pretty perfectly, I would say, from Splash, who played the initial part of the round really well. Just held down the elbow angle, knew exactly when to swing on the contact of his teammates. And okay, that's just a bit of VM there. And an immediate pause. Thankfully, this time, not a tactical one, I believe. Nobody's really like stewing over that little bit of trash talk. But it's a bit more technical. And it buys time to Nova, who seems to be very distraught just by the look of their faces. They might be scared of going into that lower bracket. You know, a lot of people talked about it, like triple elimination, how it like takes away a lot of the pressure early on. But when you're going into the lower bracket this early on, like, things can spiral down really fast if you're Nova.
Quickest tech pause of all time. EMEA could never. I mean, Americas could never as well if you were paying attention to the C9 Envy game. But either way here, like say, back into things right away, slowly. With that Outlaw. Dealing the damage on towards Hebei, who was a solo anchor here on B. They took the gamble on what the weaker site would be, and they gambled correctly. And now we see Nova trying to go through the attacker spawn to be able to get this one, but it feels like Scales has read this as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually going back into middle, which might allow the angle for Scales to pick one and leave. But he's got to be very careful. A peek here could be his own life. The snake bite to try to stop the acceleration. But as you can tell, there's already a player deep into the attacker spawn. So Scales needs to fight. Support is there. The cavalry has arrived. And they're trying to clean out the map itself. Azir survives as the second kill gone down. And while they'll keep the 2 bulldogs, which is going to be the main part of their purchase, losing the outlaw is actually going to be a big loss. Azir trying to take that one back. A second dark cover. And it's a round that in essence is one for TYL. But a win there as well from Nova. Significant damage dealt. And that's only the 2 rifles as the sole remainders for the side of TYL.
Yeah, it could have been so much more. But unfortunately just not the case. That just took a bit too much time to clear out all of their angles, which to be fair you do need to do. But again, where we saw TYL sort of take a risk and a gamble, feels like Nova just weren't quite prepared to do the same. And again, a good round for them, but could have been more.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, Splash, he's been really impressive from RRQ Academy. I believe is where he was playing all across the BCL of Southeast Asia. And of course, like, all the other events that they have attended as the Academy. But now, I have to see if in this new light, he can still be as impressive and as consistent. I feel is going to be the other main part. Nova with their purchase here, trying to make things work. I was talking about the interceptors, allowing Vito to have the value on B, but since they haven't moved the Vito, well, the rest of TYL are having a very easy time just dissecting that round piece by piece. And the initial flash came in, and they actually lined up for goal. He massacres all 3. And now he's got his own support. It's slowly and Sword 9. Now just the blade remains. And Nova looking to dull that one down.
Yeah. Old 9, as he's affectionately known by fans. A 1v4 to try and accomplish if TYL want to convert this bonus round. Does not feel very likely at all.
剩余30秒。
Not caught by the 0 point. Might try and go for some kind of clearance on green, but well, in the end, it's a full house from Nova. Getting things done. And again, what is this tech with the one arm on the jacket?
Look, hey, look, all my favorite anime protagonists do it. Why can't I? But, I mean, that was a protagonist moment from Guangor, right? It kind of always lined up for him there, but he did really well to hold the spray on the third player coming in. And from there, it was easy goings for Nova, who actually were completely backed off against the wall until that point. And now, they still stick to their landing, you know, still the same defensive setup, at least in terms of where the players do go. But it's a bit of a different pacing, where we do see Guang used in the support of Izir on the Fade to try to take a bit more of a proactive play towards middle itself. But it's going to be Heibei against everyone. The trap triggered, Interceptor still present, and while there is no raise utility, it definitely has put a stop to their play, because they know if they go in, the relay bolt is gone, the prowler is gone, the Oro Flash is gone, but what is never gonna go away is Scales on those lurks. He's been very proficient on Split, and now again on Corrode he strikes.
Yeah, doing a very good job. And TYL now fighting onto the B site. It looks like they will do. We'll have a 4-on-2 situation. Splash, a little bit laboured there, but gets the kills. Heibei,
能气落在 B 区
a。double from him before getting cut down by the bandit. Off Sword 9. Scales is on this lurk. Obi-Wan, I don't think he's going to be aware of it. He's got absolutely no idea. It leaves us here to clutch 1 versus 3. Coming in through elbow.
It's not that impossible, right? Like Splash on 47, Scales and Sword 9 both on 85. It's not an undoable round by any stretch of the imagination, but the way that TYL are playing it is making it even more so difficult. Great timing from Splash, and he delivers again. That is his 8th kill, I do believe, of this game already. And TYL continuing on that same rhythm that we have seen from Split. But if there's a worry, is that Nova might take a timeout in this round or the next. And when that happens, suddenly it's a question of, will it be the same case again? Is it going to be Nova is being able to adjust and take over the game from there? Right now is not the timeout, and that's because their buy is a lot weaker. But I'm expecting a timeout before round 6, because they will have a lot of ultimates. They'll have the economy to buy again, and we'll need to see if that actually leads into at least some semblance of security for their defense.
We shall see. Is it caught there by the horn? Able to escape. A lot of damage dealt. But over this round is going to be about trying to do as much damage as possible with these weaker weapons. We've seen some nice sheriff shots out of the players on this team in the past, but well, maybe we won't get given that opportunity this round. Bucky up close from Heibei as well, punished and dealt with. Feels like this one is just sort of going the way that we expect. TYL collecting all of these kills. Scales is going to have to deal with 2 on the lurk here, but again, you back him for it.
We don't kill him Scales for nothing. He's definitely been slithering, just trying to find the angle, going with the current in the past few rounds. And a couple of openers from him. He has been instrumental to this attack setup working. Because if he's not there, the rotations are a lot easier. And while sure, they are only on pistols, then they weren't able to really find many of those kills. It's just the way that Scales play, it also will work on those gun rounds. So now, that gun round with everything running for it, I will say, not the biggest fan on the op being on Guang. Usually I would love to see it on the Veto, just off the fact that, you know, you got the Interceptor, you got the TPs. It's not really as like easy as just press the button as a chamber or as Jet, but it is really effective for the two of them. Guang limited, but he still got his own overdrive, so he can definitely try to use that for now to low TYL. Changing the optics, they feign their presence on B, but the Veto is actually moved towards that A site, and he's got Obi-Wan to play as initial contact for him.
That he does. Ventral drift from slowly. Getting a whole bunch of information there. And now inserted himself upstairs. Going on in. The cross current taken away. Nightfall as well. Back on into things. Obi-Wan opening kill. The Scales there to punish. There to trade. Nova have got to retake now. 4 versus 4. Spike down on A. And a Viper's Pit now in play from Scales.
I mean, Green is in a great position to capitalize, but they'll need to be a lot quicker than he is. They're allowing significant space for Nova to find. There comes the relay bolt. There comes the Viper. Nice out for Splash. He finds 2. It's crazy work from the man. Oh, that is treacherous. That is treacherous, of course, in Green. He's seen brighter days. Man alive, what a play from the Indonesian. That is just cutthroat in the literal sense.
Oh dear. Well, again, TYL are just having fun with it now. Oh, finally. No idea what he said, but I'm sure it was chastising in some shape or form. And Nova still haven't called a timeout. I'm so surprised we've not seen a pause right now, because TYL were 5-1 up. They're just completely outplaying everything that Nova want to do. And the interceptor used very early on by Heibei, activating it immediately, means that that's no longer available for the later rounds, and it's completely wasted, in fact, because it was just Scales over towards A, and he's on the lurk, so won't use his utility.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the way to shut down a Veto, right? Is that they've conditioned the Veto to a specific style of play. And the Veto left alone, of course, only on a pistol, really. So not that much to be unexpected out of him. He would have loved to zap out that poison orb, but couldn't really do that. So now, easy scale, 4 Scales. The man is an outlaw. The man has cleared that A site. Oh, it looks so easy for him. But just having the wherewithal and just the game sense to be able to sniff out those timings as consistently as Scales does, it is no easy feat. What is an easy feat, however, is just slowly farming up those kills. Still, the sniper looking for one more. The angle could be the only point of opposition, the only snub against Scales. But now he knows where the Neon is coming from. Still Guang, able to score the one. Outlaw in hand, and should still, at the end, be an easy pick, and it will be for Splash TYL. Well, talk about a stretch of domination. They have not slowed down this time around.
No, absolutely not. When we talk about the walls of Corrode being paper thin, that's what we mean. Absolutely melted through this wall here. And finally, the coaches on the side of Nova Esports call that pause. PR and Onbush gonna want to have a conversation with the team, because it's not going well. Understatement of the year there, Volt, but it's certainly not going well for Nova.
I mean, no, at the very least, you can say that Nova are not having a Billy level of implosion, right? Like, you can say, oh, like, it still could be worse, but in typical Top Gear fashion, I'm scared that if I say that, things might go even worse. So, hey, fingers crossed that things actually do work out for them. I'm surprised that they didn't take the timeout in the previous gun round, and they're doing it now, because now this half just feels too far gone, actually, for me. That, hey, even a 6-6 recovery, while is possible, is going to be highly unlikely. They're going to be back on the purchase. You'll have a lot of their ultimates, but the one main thing that we haven't seen, we have seen them aggress towards mid a few times before. We haven't seen them aggress to the extremities too much in those gun rounds.
Again, the operator on Guang here, Volt. I agree with you. I think Guang should be one to sort of get active around the map. Give the operator to an anchor player, but Splash immediately dealing with the 0 point there. Running straight in through mid. Causing a little bit of worry and panic as Guang just with this operator, it's just pushing up anyway. Fair enough.
It's definitely an angle that could be a contest. And again, you know, like speaking highly of TYL and how they've maneuvered this round, you look at what the Prowler gains for TYL in comparison to what it gains for Nova. For Nova, at least they know that they're not going to fully commit to a split. But for TYL, not only do they stop their aggression towards main, they just keep their options open because they've been given a very empty B site. And I'm very surprised that we actually don't see Nova try to play more aggressively. So all command comes in at a great time. It will stall the round quite a bit, but they will need to find a few kills. It's a late rotation from Azir, and then all command is gonna run out. They're trying to take a few shots. The second flash comes in. They've slowed them down for a better part of 7 seconds, and that knife is gonna do even more. Only 30 on the timer. And it's a reversion towards the A site. Guang with one and Azir with the next. But the A site still there for TYL to play a retake with a Mon disadvantage.
Slowly picks up the operator here as well. As the evolution used by Heibe on B site doesn't really come into much use. It was pushed away before that by the ultimate of Green and all of his utility. YLV could get caught in mid here by the wraparound from Heibe. Indeed, has been caught, and Green, the drive-by shot, taken out slowly. So Sword9 has to clutch. Now he's caught by the C's. Tap on the spike won't be heard. There's the second one, which will be, but he just does not know about Obi-Wan's position. Nova get that second round on the board, but it was quite a costly one. 2 ultimates being utilized there. And that could be a worry because now they don't have any ults for the next round. How do they build upon this?
Yeah, I mean, that's the part that it can actually be concerning. If you're Nova, the one thing I'm looking at right now is just that overdrive. Maybe they can try to make something work with the Neon on the retake, but right now Guang posted again on the A site. Heavy on B, they go. And this knife, 60 seconds on cooldown, but so effective in slowing the pace down. The KO Vito setup duo is really dangerous, but there is no flash here, and they gotta be careful. Still TYL not being scared of taking that duel. First player in, they trade again 1-for-1, and a beautiful second shot from Heibe, who seems to be pretty sharp initially until Sword9 finally shuts him down. They know where the spike is. Last time around, they were able to catch Scales. This time around, it's ERV, and he's gonna be able to trade one back, and that keeps the options open. TYL pivot back into the A site, but little do they know, it is the wrong call. The operator posted, but Scales shuts it down. And Obi-Wan will commit to that site. If Nova knows what they have here at hand, it's everything for the game. The spike's still at B, and they actually make the judgment call to revert back to it.
I just got the spot on Scales moving away there. No, instead just the game sense unmatched here from Obi-Wan. Reconverging here in mid to play as a 2. And Obi-Wan could get right behind them both.
He got it.
This is so risky. The crowd is giving the game away, though. As, you know, I'll give that credit to TYL. They figure out. It's been very quiet so far, but either way, quite rough, actually, from Obi-Wan, because I thought that was a really, really nice play.
Yeah, I mean, the read has definitely been great, and we've seen that now more and more from Nova ever since the timeout, right? Where previously you would see Scales playing around the angles single-handedly, nothing from the side of Nova. Now, sure, they aren't really stopping the bleeding from Scales, but at least they're answering back some of those kills. A lot of value this time. This is what I wanted to see, but it goes completely wrong. Splash goes in. 3 for the Neon before going down, but it's too little too late. That side is completely gone. Even if Scales is dead, there's no way that Heibe, even with both teleports, is going to make it over to that B side. And he's all alone in that 1-on-3. Credits is also another concern, so most likely it is already a call to save here from the Vito.
Dark in the water. Looking for the exit frag here. To remove the operator from Heibei's hands. I mean, TYL have built up a fair amount of money. They can afford to sort of throw all of their bodies into this one.
I mean, they definitely can do that, but at the second time of asking, Heibei was ready. This time, the quick scope. Not really gonna find a mark, and that is this round. Now, most likely gone. That was their final ray of hope on the side of Nova. And apparently, this is where stars go to die.
Yeah. Really nice work from Splash, though. Again, playing around the high speed so well. And yeah, just that the slide of the high gear. But straight back into the round, Nova again on a weak bye. So you think TYL up to 9, maybe have a chance to get double digits in this half vault. Dimensional drift being utilized here by Slowly, just to make sure that TYL don't get ecoed, pretty much.
Well, they might still be ecoed. They gotta be careful of the players out of Link. A couple of kills from Obi-Wan, who might be the rogue one after all, but he's gonna be stopped down by Splash again. How many times have the rookie bailed out TYL out of this game? Now it's Heibei against them all. But there's a chance here for a Thief. He's looking to steal away around. Timing is everything. But Splash and Sword9 work their way together. They are sure it's not backside, but are they aware of the position of the lurk?
Well, they do know now, especially as he's got that kill. Upgrade in hand, no longer just the bandit. Vandal ready to take the fight. But Sword9 keeps the round in TYL's favor, avoids the clutch and the thrifty to come on through from the side of Nova.
This could have been a masterful round for sure. But in the end of the day, Obi-Wan just wasn't enough. A couple of clean shots in the smoke and a game that is starting to be messy. I'm going to be completely honest, from the side of Nova right here. Only 2 rounds in this half, and, well, they got plenty of ultimates in this round 12. They will need to make it effective. Splash again!
No
How
way.
did he find that entry? That is ridiculous!
It just keeps getting worse for Nova. At the very least, Heibei's able to get the trade and now has the evolution online. B site now essentially locked down due to that, and TYL realize it themselves. They don't want to try and fight in towards B. They know that they won't be able to use flashes or anything to sort of clear that position. Instead, A is completely clear right now. You just got Guang inside of Link. And TYL navigating their way over to this eastern side of the map.
I mean, now, though, TYL with the ultimate have made their intentions very clear, and they've got the right read, but once again, the same question. Can they hold the flood from Link? An evolution, and it's ready for Heibei, as he wants to become the apex predator, but this food chain have been eaten away by the Splash, and everyone else is gonna go down to ERV. That's a quad kill for the other debutant, and the new pieces of TYL continue to lead the path.
What a play from ERV! That is some ridiculously sharp shooting, and again from Splash. Good trade from Heibei, and oh, we don't get to see the 4K. No worries. We will never know how ERV pulled that off. That is a ridiculous play, and it secures double digits in this first half for TYL.
Well, we have seen a massive triple kill from Guang, right? To save one of those rounds right now. This is the game most likely over. It's 10-2. And just to remind you of how it went on the split, both pistols went for Nova. right now, TYL found the first, and if they cannot find that second pistol, it might be all but over on that side. And I gotta say, like, this does feel like it's a Nerf gun or a water gun situation for Nova. They're just, unfortunately for them, on this corrode, they haven't been able to shoot back. The half ends with Heibei being on top of the scoreboard with 9. And you contrast it to the other side, Splash has 18 on himself, 3 of which being openers. Everyone else on the side of Nova are negative in opening kills.
It's not ideal. to again enter the understatement of the year competition, it's not ideal. You see some Sufat baby love as well.
Look, it's just the typical Wolves fan, right? She's just trying to save him from the misery because she knows what's gonna happen in this next best of 3. Oh man, look, TEC hasn't been looking the best. Wolves also. This is a chance for one of them to make a comeback.
Wolves have won a game. To be fair to Wolves, they have won a game, but either way,
against Trace.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves because we're not in that next best of 3 vault.
Like my poor guy Viva is just in cage right now. Like,
yeah, it's rough.
We'll see how Trace are actually gonna pan out.
We're still in this game. Yeah. We're still in this game, and there's always a I mean, Fnatic made an 11-1 comeback, so anything is possible. But the difference is that Fnatic made it to a Champions Grand Final, and right now we're in the middle bracket. First round of Kickoff, and Splash keeping things difficult here for Nova. Scales as well, but trading things out. 3 versus 3 for now.
Even numbers, a chance here for Slowly. Tries to scale up, almost finds the kill, but luckily enough for them, they don't really actually aggress off the relay bolt. A chance here for Guang to collect a couple of players. The classic goes awry, and it's a chance for TYL to claw their way back into this round. 17 HP on Obi-Wan, 52 on Azir, and they're actually holding on to the A site, and apparently they have called their bluff. Oh my, this is a masterful gambit from the side of Nova. They get the side again, and smartly for them, they really want to invest into reclaiming some space, maybe even finding a kill. They got a dark cover renewed, and this is going to be their one chance. 25 seconds on the timer. The smoke gives it away, and both players from TYL speed up. So Scales is going to be very late to this round. They spot the Yoru. They're going to be trying to slow it down a little bit. And Obi-Wan trying to find the right timing on the back of the cover. He was on 1 HP. No room for error on the next. And his ear is down to 22. The curtain seems to be calling and slowly will dim down the light on Nova.
Yeah, if we double pistol, Nova on their own map pick, on their opponent's map pick could muster 10 rounds. Their opponents have found double pistol here, and now 11-2 up. And honestly, you maybe could have called the game at like 6-1, 8-2, something like that, but now at 11-2 down, it feels very, very unlikely, and Nova not even going for a force here. Oh, never mind, they've decided to force as soon as they say that. They're just going to have to try and force every single round until they can find some stability, or the map, the game is over. But still a better buy here for TYL. And slowly with this judge up close could be the defining factor for the end of this game.
They haven't actually spotted Guang that close up, but as you said, the judge is going to be instrumental to this round as Nova find themselves back into a B side that only got a Slowly, who doesn't even have a gate crash. So he's stuck here. It's fight or flight for the Yoru. There's a bit of a timing where he can use his util now, though. Not spotted by the util. Does take care of the Neon. Got a couple more. 3 more in that magazine. And Slowly is able to demolish their ranks. It's Green and Obi-Wan remaining. Obi-Wan, of course, on the pistol have gotten a few good kills with that Sheriff. But this time, maybe it will be the case. They actually get 2, but thankfully Sword9 is able to find another kill. It's a 1-on-3 for Green. Plenty of time. Not really. Only 35. And the best that he's got is a Stinger.
He doesn't have the spike in hand either, so has to push in through the choke. And 3 players watching for this aggression, this Walk up. There's the Haunt. That gives the game away. Paranoia as well. Not long for this world, you'd think. And yeah, there it is. The nail in the coffin from ERV. And now 10 match points here for TYL to try and close things out. I mean, if we head to overtime from here, I don't know what my reaction would be, but it seems very unlikely right now because, again, 10 chances to close out the game now.
Yeah, a lot of good opportunities for sure. For TYL, not that much. You know, we're talking about how they'll have to force buy every round. This might be the final force. 2 Stingers, a Spectre, and a Bulldog. Not really the best of looks of aggressing down middle, but if they close down the distance, it would be great for Nova. And they've done that early, slowly. At least this time got the gate crash. But re-aggressing, that might be a true concern. So thankfully for TYL, they seem to have figured out the right way to play this round. 2 players on the A site, one of which already on an outlaw. That is pretty much an operator on everyone but Obi-Wan and Guang.
Caught by the Prowler there, Splash. Sends in the relay bolt though to delay even more. Find time to reposition. Nova no longer liking what they're seeing over towards A. Instead, a re-push over in towards Link. A different angle of attack here. But ERV is prepped to Paranoia into this one. Sends a smoke in as well, and now it's going to be very difficult for Nova to find something. Let's see, maybe they can go through Arch and Tracks. Does this one work out? As Aziz is sent through, Paranoia from the other side. This one seems like they might be able to at least find an entryway. And could potentially overwhelm here, but Scales and Sword9 doing damage, doing bits to make sure that, well, things still stay in their favor. And now it's a struggle. Now it's that retake that has to come in from TYL. And these weapons at close range could do a massive work! Nova stay alive here with a flurry of kills in the end round.
It's a massive double kill from Heybei because the majority of the retake was coming through elbow. He was able to stagnate the play, take down Splash, and just buy enough time for the teammates to rotate in a position where Nova almost felt like they just ran out of util. So it was a couple of crucial kills and the damage that they initially have done onto Scales that forced them off the site. That was the deciding factor. So maybe a few more rounds to play. As TYL have been reset, the best that they got is a light armor and a sheriff. And that is on ERV. Everyone else, much weaker in their purchase, but unlike Nova, they are no strangers to playing aggressively. A great insertion for Slowly. The rest of the team have actually switched out the way that they play. They all got the TP back into the A side itself. So even after finding that pick, he can still be helpful to that team. But that is if he does find the pick. TYL right now have stagnated a good bit of time. But to the A side goes Nova. And while the steps wouldn't be heard through spawn, the rotations are not made either. Which does mean that's ERV against the world on this site.
He's got a difficult task ahead of him, that is for sure. Prowler's coming through. The Interceptor just sort of triggered there as well as they come on in for Nova. Take down Splash on that aggression through. Spike now being planted as well. Site secured. This one should be going the way of Nova, but ERV fighting back in with his Sheriff. And from long range, Zip struggling there. The aim punch just a bit too much to deal with, and the 3 versus 3 situation should be able to get an upgrade or two. Slowly, Bulldog in hand now. But these close angles are, I was going to say, providing difficult. Scales has been able to find another. So it's just on Slowly in the 1 versus 2. He will get cut down. Still a fairly costly one for Nova, but I think they should have enough in the coffers to weather the tide.
Yeah, it's a great round for the side of Nova to actually get the job done, to get the sense of how they're playing on the side of TYL. But as you've said, it's definitely great economy damage there on those 3 kills. And a couple of good shots from ERV and Scales for the most part.
Wow,
But
yeah, those sheriff
realistically-
shots are crazy.
Yeah, the one thing that might actually pan out a little bit in the favor of Nova is with them finding kills and dying, they find themselves closer and actually winning in the ultimate economy war of attrition.
Yeah, very, very true. Everyone has stuck the TP all the way into
They didn't
spawn
hear
here.
him. They
You
didn't.
can see that they're checking angles here. Certainly suspicious of something, but now they look away. Sword9 might get caught here and has, but splashing slowly, dealing the damage to Nova as they do start to crumble. 2 versus 4 now, and it's going to have to be that clutch situation if they want to find the success. It slowly pops the dimensional drift to gather information, and that's going to allow Scales to take this rotation fast over towards the B site. Might even be able to go up into heaven or catch Green off guard as he's aggressing in through elbow. Scales has found the first and the second to completely shut down any chance that Nova had at a comeback. And TYL stopped that from getting out of control. 13-4 here on map 2. And it is that 2-0 to send Nova down to the lower bracket.
Well, that is the masterful play from Scales that he has been showing all series long. Just finding the angles, finding the timing. Sixth Sense seems to be fully engaged now for TYL. It's a tough look for the side of Nova, but hopefully for them, they'll be able to bounce back. Still got one more chance in the lower bracket, but the teams that will be sent there is not easy. I mean, unlike the last year, I gotta say, this is a much more competitive look for China as a whole, with teams like Trace, like FPX, like JDG, all of which are in the middle bracket. I mean, Trace, JDG, FPX, Bilibili, two of those 4 teams will be in the lower bracket side of things, and that is already a very scary consideration as is.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like 2025 was a real year of change in China, where EDG were no longer the only team that won anything, but now the whole region is sort of climbing up together, and that is the main thing to see, that it's not just, you know, the few teams at the top that are improving. It's everybody that is improving. We can see the mascots there as well, coming to greet the players along with the fans as well. I do love this setup here in Guangzhou Vault of being able to go down and see the fans after the game, and I do love the mascots as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love all the other mascots other than the, what was it called, the Bilibili one. It's just too depressing. And well, one of the great things about this is that we also get a chance to get a live interview in front of the crowd, and we will leave it over to Beatles to translate.
恭喜你们赢下了今天的这场比赛。其实现在队伍也是加入了2名非常新鲜的血液 ，ERV 和 Splash， 他们2个简直就是青春风暴一般的存在，真的2个枪男枪法都太准了。作为之前队内的教练以及现在队内的指挥，你觉得他们2个的加入会给队伍带来整体的提升是什么？
最大提升肯定在游戏里是枪法上的，但游戏外。
And he's like, other than their gameplay, it's like outside of the game, like their energy is just contagious. It like it raises the team so much.
那你又是怎样帮助他们2位更快的适应整个赛场的节奏以及适应整个队伍的呢？
可能2个新人，一个是外援，一个是初试登上 VCT CN 的赛场。
And he's like, I think like for the parts that they need to improve, like one of them is kind of inexperienced, so they need more experience dealing with like situations within the rounds.
这个版本嘛，我们感觉好像大家呈现出一个百花齐放的一个状态，因为可能在同一张地图，大家会选出不一样的阵容，就像你们今天可能也会选出不一样的阵容。那你对于现在这个版本你是怎么看待的呢？
我觉得不用一味的去模仿或者说借鉴别人的吧，你总要找到适合自己的路，只有适合自己的路才是最好的路。
对，这一条路也是最适合天路的路，对不对？那这一次其实我们来到广州是全新的场馆、全新的城市，同时你们给大家带来了一个全新面貌的天路。新春佳节马上就要到来了，有什么话想？
And any words for everyone?
大家新一年策马奔腾。
好的，也是感谢九哥。那我们的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了。但是我们本场比赛现场呢，设有我们的符能钓。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
来赠送我们的游戏资产。接下来有请我们的 Sword Night 选手来为我们抽取现场的幸运观众，你喊开始和结束。
好，开始，结束。
好的，也是恭喜以上的5位幸运观众。那也是希望大家能够来到线下，多多参与我们的线下观赛体验。接下来我们把时间交还给解说。
Now, of course, the love continues over at the arena here as they continue also in the raffles. There's a couple of Reaver bundles actually distributed for the people that end up being the lucky winners. But right now, nothing about luck in that victory for the side of TYL. It was all skills. It was pretty apparent that they were the better team all across Charlotte.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we sort of were saying that on Split, even though it got a bit closer because of the double pistol there from Nova. But here on Corrode, we've really got to see the tier gap, I think, between these two teams. I mean, still, you had some highlight plays from players like Guang. That one there, a particular favorite of mine. But even with the knife kills there, oh, it's just brutal.
Oh, we jinxed it, didn't we? Just double down on the brutality there. And unfortunately for Nova, they will be pretty immortal from now on. There's one more chance for them to have at least an outsider chance in the lower bracket at Santiago. But for the most part, TYL, as you can tell from the majority of those highlights, had an answer to pretty much everything. Like the defensive play, they were able to crack out. The offensive play, they were able to even outpace. And when you have that's the quad kill that you're talking about. That is just nasty. It was like blind on half of them too, right? So he didn't get to see most of it, but he still got the kills.
Okay, don't go. Minion, 4个 B 可能。别动，加 A， 别动加 A。Only one A， 要最黑了，我被黑。两个 A， 三，sorry， ready。快点，去。我知道。啊，我第二波过一个。我知道。分工走。Apple 一个 Apple 死了。Apple 还有一个。啊，我知道。我看到。Apple，进去 ，Apple 看不了，当时。准备黑，小子。黑了。我知道。OK。OK， 我招黑。小心脚。好。我先抓会儿屁股，当中我一会儿帮你看一下。哎，小现在能做。看得到。我先去。我看。小刀过不来。小人爆的呀。我知道。喂，没见过。你该要不？发him。OK bro， 发 him。No！ Oh you got no！
Well, Splash certainly enjoyed himself there. I think it's fair to say, with a 315 ACS. What a performance coming in from the young player, like you say, from the RRQ Academy, and just an incredible performance here on Corrode.
Yeah, that's a masterful set of performances, I gotta say, from them. And again, you look at the way that like Splash is playing, maybe more so on the A side than the B side. It's very clear that they still got that idea going, right? A lot of setup. That's how you get those picks where Splash is at. They just break the pace of Nova. And where we've seen slowly perhaps struggle a little bit on a split individually against the pace, I just gotta say, like, everyone on Nova could not cope with the pace of TYL. And well, if that is not a perfect polygon, I don't know what is.
Yeah. He's pretty good, as it turns out. He's pretty good. 5 first kills as well throughout this game as well. So obviously playing that Neon, that duelist role very, very well. Just an incredible performance. We get to see the highlights from Splash specifically as well. And again, I mean, when you start out strong like that with a 3k in the pistol round, and like you said, I think by the end of round 3 had 8 kills. I mean, no matter what happens, you're going to set yourself up for a good game. And he just epitomized that completely with just how well he was playing, how aggressive he was as well. You could tell that TYL were confident coming into this game, and they just did not let Nova have anything.
Yeah, and a big part of that is of course like Splash, but I feel like another part that we haven't actually talked about too much has been, well, Slowly and Scales actually setting up a lot of that play. You know, the Yoru has been a lot more supportive than usual, but on this map, at least on the Corrode, like it has been a lot more effective from Slowly, especially on the defense where he didn't crumble as much as the split. But of course, you know, split by the nature, the double duelist composition is a lot more difficult to maintain the pace with it being a smaller map as well. Perhaps Corrode being a bit bigger is what actually facilitated things for them. And well, another factor we talked about, not only is First Blood massively in the side of TYL, just look at the post-plant statistic, right? It was like both teams like 60% both times on their attacks. This time it's 9 out of 10 from TYL, and that was just a much more assured look, and the scoreline absolutely reflects that.
Yeah, for sure. Again, just a very dominant performance there from TYL. Very much looks like the better team coming into this, and like we say, that means that Nova are now down into the lower bracket. Just one more chance, and if they lose there, then they are eliminated. Obviously, this being our triple elimination format. As for TYL, they go on to the second round here in the middle bracket. Not exactly the easiest run. Still got a fair few games if they want to qualify to Masters Santiago. But they will face the winners of Wolves versus TEC as well. So the next game today is going to be one that decides their opponent.
Yeah, and it's one that definitely carries a lot of significance for the two teams, right? Like, of course, Wolves with the rebuild, with them choosing to only keep 2 out of their original 5 from 2025 that went that far internationally. It was one of the... Actually, this is the best that any team that is not EDG have gotten in an international event for China. So it's a massive call so far. It didn't look the best. And TEC on the other end, they're a bit of a question mark to me, right? Because the game quality of TEC against JDG, at least from what I've seen, was a tad lower than JDG DRG. But JDG was so competitive against them, and TEC also made JDG work. So for me, it becomes a question of, was it just the glue in the game? Was it just that it was a messy game and both teams like stooped down to the level in the mud? Or is TEC actually a lot more dangerous than a lot of us are thinking, and they're actually a sleeper agent that could knock down Wolves straight into the lower bracket?
I mean, they're very, very good questions, and we will find out, but not with us. We are going to make our leave now. And again, that next series, Wolves versus TEC, is going to be a very exciting one, and it's coming up after this break, and it will be Crafty and Koldan with the call.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love.
me. You better watch out if your enemies are road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caused real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force of blood. And if you start shit, you'll be hard lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped to be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
And good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you're watching right now. We're continuing the action over here at Project Horizon with VCT China Kickoff 2026 action. My name's Crafty, and I'm joined by my great co-caster, Coldan. How are you doing today? And how excited are you to get some good matches today?
I'm doing fantastic, Mr. Crafty. Thank you for asking. Hope you are as well. And yeah, we've just witnessed a pretty one-sided affair, I would say, between Nova as well as TYL. And coming up next, I think we might have an even tastier meal in the form of TEC versus Wolves here in the middle bracket. So very excited to see these two teams duke it out.
Yeah, you said already, it is middle bracket action, so both of these teams are not eliminated after a loss yet, but they will go down to the lower bracket where they will face the loser of last match, which was Nova Esports. They didn't look too scary, to be honest, so both of these teams might have some luck afterwards, even if they lose out today, but still, Wolves Esports, we heard it already in the previous cast. They might have some different expectations for themselves during 2026 because they had a pretty decent year in 2025, then fell off in stage 2. But nonetheless, this new team with 3 new additions, most of which coming from different challenger leagues, are certainly one to keep track of here, as they at least beat Trace Esports in the upper bracket, but then didn't look quite so good against Sheila Gaming.
Yeah, the game against Trace, I mean, they did show good resilience in the 2-1 victory. But again, yeah, as you mentioned, right, this is a rebuilt roster, right? You've got Sufat, you've got Spring coming in from the previous team, and then they bring in 3 new players, right, in the form of Joa, Yosemite, as well as Chiutian, aka Autumn, which literally translated his name from English to Chinese. So Chiutian is the literal Chinese translation of Autumn, just for you viewers to, I don't know, maybe just digest that. But yeah, with this new squad, it's yeah, it's a fun fact. It's a new prospect, right? With new expectations.
Yeah.
But again, they are such a beloved team, especially for Sufat around the world at this point. So they've got a lot of fans cheering them on, and this matchup here, I think, is going to be very important to see where their power level is at going on to the future stages of this initial VCTCN tournament.
Yeah, as we already heard from Charlotte previously, they were one of these teams that made a run at Masters Toronto 25. So, of course, they gained a lot of recognition from international audiences during that time. Failed to sort of follow up on that one during stage 2, where they had a miserable second stage, placed last in their group, didn't make it to playoffs, didn't make it to any international tournament, unfortunately. On the other hand, we do have Titan Esports Club, who didn't really make a lot of changes. They basically stuck with their roster, only had Terrace Luke retire, so had promoted Dynamite to the main roster. So in theory, this roster has been playing for quite some time and should have the resilience, should have the knowledge to be able to beat some of these teams, especially some of these newer teams like Wolves Esports, right?
Yeah, I do have slightly higher expectations for TEC, albeit in that matchup up against JDG that they played earlier on in the tournament. Didn't really inspire too much confidence in me, to be honest. It did leave me a little bit wanting in terms of their setups, in terms of their chemistry and synergy as a team. You know, as you mentioned, only changing a single player, you kind of expect the team to have a little bit more synergy, especially when it comes to the setups. So I'm hoping that, you know, maybe that first game was just to get out those jitters, get out those rusts, and then come back into this one here where it's going to be very important, because you go down here, you're basically down the lowest bracket, the third, I guess the lower bracket now, it is middle bracket, yeah, lower bracket, and you don't really have too many more lives, right? You have to run that lower gauntlet. It's going to be rough, it's going to be tough, so a lot riding on the line here in this matchup.
Yeah, some team stats to show off for TEC, at least, as they have quite some decent numbers on pistol rounds. Only 10% for Wolves Esports is an abysmal stat, to be honest. I mean, that doesn't really help you win a lot of games. As we also have Lucas and Sufat BB matched up against each other, the two Intel initiators for these two teams. And even in this head-to-head, Lucas comes up a bit ahead, actually looking pretty strong so far compared to Sufat BB.
You know, Sufat also needs to put on a show. He needs to show off his biceps, you know. It's a lot more work, you know. You have to balance between, you know, in-game fragging and pleasing the crowd, you know. Maybe that is why. But yeah, it is that head-to-head in terms of the initiators. Sufat, obviously the IGL and I guess the emotional leader for his squad. So got to be looking out for looks from that aspect as well.
Yeah, and here we have ABO and Spring as well, who, I mean, we're facing off against each other quite a bit in that last year as well. I think these two teams matched up 3 times throughout the course of 2025, if I recall correctly. Only once during actual VCT China, of course, in stage 1. But historically, Wolves are ahead in that head-to-head overall. I think they got 2 wins versus 2 wins of TEC. Do you think that's a bit of an advantage going on here for Wolves Esports, or is it neglectable?
I will say that, you know, Wolves, when they do win, it's always a clean 2-0. But when Titan Esports do eke out a win, it's a 2-1 affair. So perhaps that trend might continue on here today. You know, if Wolves are able to get off to a hot start, might be pretty swift win for them. But if Titan Esports Club, you know, want to grind it out, we might be here for a 3-mapper.
I actually do feel like it's gonna be a 3-mapper. Who did you vote for in the cast predictions for today's match? I mean, you probably went with Wolves, right?
Yeah. I did mention it in the green room while we were waiting, but yeah, I am heavily Wolves Esports pilled. All along since their run, I think they've garnered so many fans across the world, and there are a couple of or at least one of my countrymen currently still, or my region men in Wolves Esports, in the form of Fade, which is their coach. They've also had Mark as the assistant coach, and Ominous, which I do know them from the Valorant scene here and there. So, you know, I am a little bit biased, I will say, but I'm really hoping that Wolves take the win here.
Yeah, I mean, Titan Esports Club certainly hungry for a first win in 2026's Kickoff tournament. Only lost to JDG, as you said earlier, and dropping down to this middle bracket. And it's so hard to really make anything off this result so far. At least we got to see 3 maps from them, right? So we already have some intel into what they might be playing on different maps, or which maps might suit them. Corrode certainly didn't look too good against JDG for them. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a ban here today. On the other end, Wolves Esports, as you said, prior to the pick and bans now, the first map looked a bit shaky, but they still managed to pull through. But it was only against Trace Esports, which is also one of these teams where we don't really know where to put them this year. And then they got pretty much yeah, swept by Sheila Gaming, didn't stand a chance. Is that like the coin flip that Wolves Esports is right now?
I guess you could say it is a coin flip, but I think it's going to rely a lot on the map vetoes like that we're going to be having here, because as you mentioned, right, TEC didn't have the best showing on their Corrode up against JDG, but at the same time, Wolves also have historically banned out Corrode in the 2 matchups that we've already had here to kick off the year. So if Wolves are going to be the ones that banning out Corrode, then TEC have one less map to worry about. While Wolves, they themselves have shown a lot of weaknesses on different maps, so maybe that could be a point where TC could counterpick into Wolves' weaker map pool, but we'll have to wait and see on that.
Yeah, we do have the walkout ready between these two teams. I am stunned by this arena every time I see it. It is just absolutely beautiful. The amount of fans, the amount of effort that went into this production, it's just beautiful.
I'll have to say the lighting is something that always amazes me, whether it's in the entertainment side of China or even in the infrastructure and the city skyline. They always nail the lighting. I just have to point that out.
That is true. I mean, these walkouts are so crazy with these walls and these LED screens like going up. I mean, especially for some of these newer players that, I mean, not only for Wolves Esports, but also some of these other teams that we've seen so far. We have a lot of challenger talent that got promoted into these tier 1 teams now in China. Coming out to a stage like that, to a crowd like that, must be almost intimidating for some of these players. What do you think?
It might be, but they don't really show it on their faces, I will have to say that. They always seem stoic, you know, like unaffected by any of the noise. And well, others like Sufat on the screen right now, he kind of embraces that kind of pressure, that kind of atmosphere. So we'll have to see how these players adapt on the stage as well. I'm curious to see if they, you know, pull off the Lysor stand, or if they're a little bit more fancy in terms of the flair.
Oh, look at the swag already from Wolves Esports. They know how to put up a show. We're talking about it already. I'm pretty sure we're going to see some flexing from Sufat again. And certainly, as we said, internationally, a crowd favorite. I don't know about the crowd over here at the arena. It looks like there are a lot of fans cheering for them as well as they head towards the States. Head towards the stage, rather. And you can feel the excitement already, especially on the players' faces right now. TEC already up on the stage. One of these teams will remain in this middle bracket, while the other one will have to face Nova Esports after this one for elimination. So there's a lot on the line already for these two teams, and I can't wait for the map video. I'll be honest, I hope we get Breeze, to be fair. I really want to see Breeze.
I do believe that that is a very real possibility. And as the fist bumps come through, the team huddles do too. These squads looking to stay alive in that middle bracket. Smile on the faces of Fade as go in for the final huddle. But yeah, map videos will be coming up right after this. And as you mentioned, right, the loser of this matchup goes up against Nova Esports in that elimination lower bracket. And it's not going to be an easy lower bracket whatsoever. You've got to run that whole gauntlet and potentially, you know, face teams that could come down straight from the upper brackets, right? If you lose a best of 5 at the top there, you come down to the bottom. It's a tough gauntlet.
Once again, by the way, what is going on with these mascots? What is this mascot for Wolves Esports? I mean, they're literally called Wolves Esports. Why do they not have a wolf as their mascot? What is this?
That is fair. That is a fair assessment. But yeah, it's jumping straight to the map. You know, as you can see, Breeze is already
Let's go.
Being instantly selected by TEC. And Wolves going to be picking up that bind, which they did win in the previous matchup. And we've got Haven as that decider.
That's a pretty cool map, Vito. I've been casting a lot of Abyss and Corrode on the German broadcast lately, and I'm to the point where I almost got sick of it now. So I'm glad to see something else. And I haven't seen a single, or I haven't casted a single match of Breeze yet this year. So I'm super excited. I love this map. I'm so glad it's back. And I'm excited to see what we can expect from both these teams. I feel like Wolves already played Breeze, if I recall correctly.
Yes. Unfortunately for Wolves, they didn't exactly have a great showing on the map, right? They lost 13-4 to XLG. They did try to run that veto on Yosemite, but unfortunately really did not go up in his favor. Ended up 4-16 in terms of his KD. So yeah, definitely sensing a weakness here as TEC up against Wolves. You know, hoping to pick off an easy map for them after a poor showing from Wolves. So we'll see if, you know, TEC come to the plate fighting and with an interesting composition. Crafty, look at that.
It's a mirror, not a mirror matchup. Okay, never mind. There is one difference in the two duelists being Neon for Titan Esports Club and Jet for Wolves Esports, but other than that, both running the double controller, the single initiator with the Sova, and the Yoru, respectively.
Yeah, it's actually a change up.
Yeah, go ahead.
In terms of the agent select, sorry. Yeah, Yosemite was playing that veto, had a really unlucky showing, I guess, and changes back over to the Viper, which is a bit more of a traditional pick. Spring was supposed to be that Viper, now he swapped off of it, so already having agent swaps in terms of the roles between the team, it seems like Wolves realize that that's a weakness and really want to tackle that.
Yeah, and on the other hand, I mean, teams are still figuring out the meta on Breeze right now, right? We have seen very different approaches in different regions throughout 2026 so far. DRG running a very interesting comp here over in China with only the Astra, one of the few teams that despises the Viper, apparently, on all the maps. But usually, yeah, you see at least one of these controllers being having access to these walls like Viper does. Of course, Harbor being the other one who was picked in Game Changers, I believe, this week. But so far, not really picked up in these regions. We go straight into the pistol. It's Wolves Esports, an attack, and they already take a lot of space through double doors onto A. The Astra smokes, giving them some safety here towards orange. Well, the rest of the team is slowly flooding onto site through A main. First frag there for Spring, but Haodong at least able to equalize the numbers.
There's a chance for them to wrap around. You've got two players coming up mid. It's a lot of pressure on Coco to make sure that this does not happen.
Yeah, the wall goes up for him. Not sure how much toxin he has left, but he might have a timing towards Spring, and he even gets the second one versus Yosemite. Oh, that's beautiful stuff from Titan Esports Club. The shots are good. Joe was struggling against Lucas. And that defuse is just a formality. Pistol round goes over towards TEC, but with a pistol winning percentage of 10%, we sort of expected that one already for Wolves Esports.
Yeah, when you put that in the context, it's like, oh, all right. That is definitely a weakness that Wolves have, and it's not going to change here in this first pistol round. Great awareness, though, I have to say, from Coco to spot out not one, but both of the flankers coming through mid. I love that little bit of a pause that TEC had to regain all of their utility and then go in together as a well-oiled team. So, lovely pistol round win from TEC. And if you do like the pistol, you can purchase the classic as well. The bundles are all available in the shop. Shagad.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of casters here already went for Wolves bundle already. At least my dear friend Akamas did, but he's a huge Wolves fan as well. Haodong is a huge fan of one-taps. Gets a second one. Versus Spring, I think he saw at least 2 more players coming in through double doors. There's one waiting in A main still, but Sufat is already pretty low, down to 23 HP. Yosemite goes down as well. And it looks like they already know about Sufat's position. At least sort of expecting him to come through A main, but this round is all but over.
Yeah, I mean, Sufat is just delaying the inevitable. I mean, he'd be lucky to even pick up this ult, which he will, you know, so a small little consolation prize, but a little bit of damage is all he's gonna get, and TEC with a very nice and clean second round.
Yeah, that is a good start for TEC here. I mean, it is their map pick. So far, they didn't really have to give away a lot. But they seem to be very aware of these positions, which can get a bit confusing on Breeze if you try to clear all these angles on A. But they're very aware. As for these late lurks, it's the full first buy for Wolves, and immediately they're punished. An elbow, the second one could come through as well for Dynamite, but Xiutian is very aware of that. Gets out with the dash. Some early damage towards B side. It looks like they're gonna be going back towards mid to prep this split.
They really want to re-clear this position and potentially come in with a bit of a split, but we've got Abo already on this angle. Low HP, but at the very least, he should be able to get information for the rest of his team.
Yeah, I mean, he's still running that Guardian, so could get a one-tap against one of these players, but he chooses wisely not to take the risk and just hold the angle. The smoke from Xiutian, but pretty good, though, allowing him to keep him guessing whether one of these players was able to cross. It looks like it's gonna be the B hit. Coca is a great position up here, tucked against the smoke, and he has the Spectre to do it. Gets the kill versus Yosemite, and it's only Sufat remaining as Abo is actually getting that kill. Beautiful round from Titan Esports Flop, and it's not even another kill for Sufat. Bonus round converted for TEC. Great start for them here over at Breeze.
Not even a sweat on the brow from TEC. That was their bonus round, might I remind you guys. And they looked like they didn't even break a sweat. It was so easy. Nice opening fight coming in from Abo to get that advantage first off. Shoot in with the answer back, but when the execute came in, Abo's positioning not marked for. He gets 2 more kills on 1 HP. Coco playing around his mid-side smoke to perfection. Allows him to play off so many different angles, show so many different faces, and Wolves were just not prepared for any of it.
Did they even take a timeout after 3 rounds? So, Fade already not happy with what he's seeing. I mean, certainly not after an 0-3 start, but that's a pretty early timeout, even knowing that there's an eco coming up for Wolves Esports. Usually you see these teams take their timeout after the eco to go in with a fresh plan for the next buy round. But yeah, they just want to put an end to this as fast as possible.
I did feel like there was quite a bit of indecision in the Wolves side, right? They were all kind of tucked in towards the B elbow position on that gun round that they had, but you know, the lack of conviction perhaps, maybe that's something that Fade wants to impart into his team again. You know, better communication, maybe following someone's calls to instantly pounce on advantages that they could find. Then again, this is just that little bit of a save round that they're gonna have to, you know, pull through, because they did lose that full buy that they had, and it seems like the game plan is going to be similar to the round previous. It's again all 5 players leading towards this B side of the map.
Yeah, it is an eco though. It's only 1 stinger in play and a couple bandits and sheriffs. Great drone from Lucas. Spots them though. But they still manage to get onto site, tucked against the wall, but not losing, or not winning rather, these fights. Losing them against the bigger weapons of TEC. Not a single kill for Wolves Esports. Flawless round against this eco. But I'm certainly expecting something different for their buy round here for Wolves.
Yeah, no one breaking that dart, kind of isolating the jet by himself. There wasn't really much potential for a trade frag there. Coco from long range. There's still pressure on B main, so he was able to pivot around. Great utility usage. They weren't able to run out the Viper's, you know, toxic, what do you call it? The bar, the charge that the Viper had. So had so much room to play around. Is Coco thriving on the B side of the map? But we're going in towards the gun rounds again here for Wolves. Still on that goose egg, looking to find one more. All 5 again. They're gonna bump the hit towards this A side. Hope for a win here.
Yeah, that's the strength of that Viper on attack. You're usually able to get that A site pretty convincingly. Oh, but the shock dart kills off Spring. Didn't even see that happen. Immediate Hunter's Fury pulled from Lucas as well. Dynamite fishing with the Outlaw. Gets Jova. The spike is planted. They sort of left Chuchuan in a pretty all-in position, and he doesn't even get a single kill over there as well. Switching to the shorty, trying to clear these small angles. And How Dong is there. Coco with the flank. It's an absolute disaster for Wolves Esports here. And the first half, they're being demolished by TEC.
None of the TEC members have died in the last 2 rounds. 0 kills for Wolves in the last 2 rounds. That is an appalling statistic. That is crazy. And Shock Dart to find that opening kill. I love the patience that TEC bring into this round. Not flustered at all, and no reason to. Wolves aren't putting any pressure on TEC to make uncomfortable decisions. TEC are running rings around Wolves at this point. Coco is yet to die.
Yes. He's 8-0. Oh, they hear the ult orb being taken. Immediate knives pulled there as well to at least give them some firepower, but they are stalling in A main, being expected. Gijan could actually get a an opening here. Dashes onto site. Was seen though. I think the TP was pulled as well, yeah. But the immediate jumps up onto the box and gets the frag. Versus Lucas. There is the opening. They were looking for the flash out of the smoke, but still the crossfire is too good for How Dong. Dynamite turning away immediately. Good shot from Sufad will not be enough. It's a 3k for Dynamite, and Coco once again aware that there might be a lurker in mid. Oh my god. That's not looking good. Sending some regards from the Lannister over towards Wolves Esports.
I thought that was the start of something magical, right? You had Autumn right here coming, you know, jumping up straight to the boxes, but through the smoke of the Astra, I mean, the crossfire was just so perfectly spaced out. There's just no chance, even though the flash comes through the smoke. You can see TEC 6-0 up against Wolves, taunting them in their faces. Gun buy coming through again from Wolves. They pick up yet another ultimate orb. They have time to work around the map, which is what I hope they do, because it's been full on executes round after round. They haven't really shown two faces. They haven't shown a bit of a fake whatsoever. And again, we're gonna go for a full on execute here, but mid down towards mid. Abo gonna catch on the assembly. Another opening kill for TEC.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Just as the Cosmic Divide opens up, he gets that pick versus Yosemite, who's not really having a good map, but they're fighting through it. At least claiming two. Spike has not been planted yet. How Dong is still dancing around pyramids. Beautiful play from How Dong. And he also finds Spring. Nothing is working for Wolves Esports right now. ultimates invested for nothing. And Haodong with a 3k for himself just puts another nail into the coffin of Wolves Esports, it seems.
It almost looks like the attacker's Cosmic Divide was used better by the defense. You can see Haodong just sneaking in and around his opponent's ultimate. Oh, and wow, look at that. Fully fired up here. 7-0 Wolves. They've tried time and time again. They're gonna try to test Coco yet another time.
Oh, that was a great stun, but the immediate follow-up from ABO. He's got his Viper covered. Coco is once again not going to die. Sufat BB, their last hope, but the shock dart is there already. They're just hunting for him. They're just toying with their food at this point. 8-0. This could very well become the fastest map we've seen this year.
My lord, I mean, there's just nothing that Wolves are able to do on these executes. Despite them trying to util dump the site, you can see Apple just slides straight into Cubby. Gets a beautiful lineup kill as all of their attention is drawn towards Coco. And yes, understandably, Coco has been playing the same spot time and time again, but this time they have a slightly different setup with Abo coming in fast, and then they just get stuck at the choke point. Another timeout within the first 8 rounds of this map. Wolves have taken both, and they've still yet to break that curse.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of expected there to be a second timeout. I mean, TEC are just running away with the map at this point. 8-0 is ridiculously strong for them right now. I mean, of course, we know that teams are still adapting and adjusting to Breeze. It's new to the map pool. We haven't been on this map for years, it feels like. It probably has been years. I don't know when we last saw Breeze in the competitive map pool. Probably 2024, 23. I don't know. It's been an eternity. So yeah, we sort of expect some of these teams to struggle with Breeze, but TEC are just steamrolling through this first map, and Wolves Esports, as you said, it feels like they don't know what to do. They've gone for straight executes on either A or B. We haven't seen a lot of attention towards mid, except for that one eco where they all just ran through tunnels and died immediately. But other than that, it doesn't seem like they have the best understanding of this map so far.
And again, look at this. At the start, they kind of fan out, but now towards the execution part, you have 3 players in towards B, 2 hedging their best towards mid, but an active push from Joa is going to net them a beautiful opening kill for the first time in what seems like forever. Wolves with that advantage.
Oh, and Sufat is actually able to get past that snakebite pretty quickly. Might get a timing, but Coco is aware that they are on site already. Spike will be planted, and for the first time on this map, Coco goes down. Spring claims the kill, but he's traded by ABO. The operator coming in through tunnel now is smoked off, and Autumn has a great spot here. No one flanking, rotating through spawn. How long can he stay alive here? Be a nuisance for the rest of TEC. He gets the first one. Haodong unaware of that. And I do feel like, I mean, they do have the money. Dynamite could just go in, try to get a couple kills, but it looks like he's just going to save that operator.
Oh, finally, Wolves get their name on the board. It's the first round in 9 rounds. And yeah, it's just another kind of like a split attempt, but the slight difference there is that the opening kill goes in Wolves' favor. They're able to bypass Coco's utility without getting absolutely mowed down at the choke point. So small little adjustments. You know, TEC not exactly reading the hit correctly this time, and yeah, Wolves will collect.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens when you do not have the support from tunnels as the defense on B site. You could tell Coco was under a lot of pressure once his teammate fell in mid windows. So they might certainly look to get that pressure under control, coming through mid, coming through elbow, these duels, and it looks like they're even becoming aggressive themselves. Trying to get that operator shot in, but he takes a lot of damage for that. Shot goes wide. But they see ABO. He's trying to get a pick there towards Yosemite, but it's being traded. Operator shot finds one, but the Viper's Pit put down on B. Spike planted. It's a 3v3 retake for TEC.
This is very doable, but look at the ultimates on the side of TEC. Dimensional Drift and the Cosmic Divide, great for recon, and then, you know, for that Spike Defuse. So let's see what TEC can muster.
Yeah, the Dimensional Drift, perfect to spot out the Viper. He didn't see Yosemite in the pit itself. Actually just able to get past him. Beautiful play from Wolves Esports. Viper and Sufat in the backside. Claiming the important kill. Simon finds him now, but Yosemite's still dancing around in his Viper's Pit. Spike is being tapped. It wasn't halved. I don't think there's enough time. No, there isn't. Wolves Esports claim another round, but they lose all 4 players for it. All 5 players. My bad.
Oh, that came down really, really close, but shout out to Yosemite from playing the clock, right? He was dancing around the mid side pillar out of his Viper's Pit, preventing himself from being seen by that Dimensional Drift, which was key. If not, if he went down early on, who knows what might have happened. No cover on the site. And TEC might have claimed another win here, but great job buying enough time. Shots were great coming in from TEC, but just by time alone, that is more than enough for Wolves to get their 2nd round on the board and in a row.
Yeah, I wanna believe that Yosemite did that on purpose, putting the Viper's Pit just far enough onto side so there was this little pocket towards B main where he could hide outside of his own pit to dodge the Yoru ultimate there, which was so crucial. We're already in the next round though. Another Hunter's Fury pop. This time from Sufat BB. Doesn't hit a single member of TEC though. The operator only hits the clone. Dynamite is in a lot of trouble and he goes down. Sufat immediately claims another one with the operator. Beautiful opening here. ABO. Very ambitious. But only finding 1 kill. Howdong being traded as well means that the spot is under control. Spike not planted yet. And Coco has had a great game so far. Can he make this 1v3 clutch work? Spike being planted now. And there's 2 operators in the hands of Wolves Esports, switching to the Vandal now for Sufat. Coco has a lot of time on his hand, but he has to check so many angles. And it's a 3K for Wolves Esports IGL to at least make this a 4-8 half. Almost a comeback here already in the first half for Wolves Esports.
Sufat there. Very crucial double kill with the op of all things. Didn't expect him to be wielding that, but understandably so. Lets his duelist go in first. A triple kill from the emotional leader and the IGL. That gets Wolves fired up. That's 3 in a row now. They've broken the curse and it seems like they've dispelled it entirely. They're looking to close out this half with 4 rounds on the board, which would be lovely considering how things started.
Yeah. 4th one would almost make this look good after what we've seen from the first 8. But TEC, as they won 8 in a row, of course, had their economy straight. A lot of money left, so it's another full buy for them. No operator this time around, though. Still, ABO finding the first kill in mid against the Lurker. And this even allows him to go deeper towards mid. Sort of passing Joa, though, and he has become a factor in these late lurks as well. In these last rounds, Spring finds the opening and Coco doesn't know where to look. Doesn't get the dart. Just being taken. Hunter's Fury against the plan is stopped. Gets another attack as well. Oh, there's the 2nd shot, the 3rd shot as well. Almost hits him. It's a 3v2 in favor of Wolves Esports. Cosmic Divide invested. But once again, it gives Wolves Esports a little pocket to hide behind. Oh, the operator shot goes wide. Tufed on only 42 HP. Overdrive is being pulled, and it's good. Is he going for the ace? ABO has what it needs, but he goes down against Spring. Beautiful one tap. Howdong once again trying to dance this out. In his own smoke, switches to the shorty, but he just can't find him. Spring plays it beautifully with a lot of patience and claims the 4th round for Wolves Esports. What a back and forth.
That was a round full of duelist action non-stop from start to finish. At first, it was Autumn, right, entering into the site and towards a very creative smoke on B. It forces Coco to look between 2 different angles, caught in a 180 crossfire. And then after that, I mean, the duelists all took over. Spring with a quad kill. They want to find those trade frags out, and just in the 1v1, dancing around the smoke, making a fool of his opponent, and secures them their crucial 4th round win. So yeah, as you mentioned, Crafty, all things considered, this scoreline does not look as bad as it could have.
I mean, they do not have any timeouts left though, so their defense must be spot on now. No room for errors, and still it feels like TEC are in the driver's seat right now, even though they lost 4 in a row, able to switch things up again on attack now, able to sort of control the pace of the game on the attacker side as well. I'm interested to see if Wolves can handle that, especially without any timeouts. So certainly still a big advantage here for TEC.
It'll be interesting to see how different compositions are going to be meta. Whoa, look at that. Siofet really laying it to his troops, telling them exactly what he needs to see into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the last time that he's able to talk to them. Either way, pistols, 10% we said for Wolves Esports. I mean, a lost pistol could almost spell doom for Wolves already.
Fair enough.
So now would be the time to break the pistol curse for Wolves Esports. Most certainly. As we head into the second half, looks like Wolves are sending 2 people then immediately into P elbow. The spike for TEC hovering around A main. So they would find an empty site there if they want to commit to it.
Yeah,
but
it's going to be a bit of a fake.
B. Yeah, you said it. You don't see that too often in a pistol round, but the fake is good. They just pull over the Viper as well. Wolf spotted, and it's a free plant for TEC.
What's Abo gonna do now, right? He's just looking around. Did he even catch him? Okay, Spring eventually does, but that delays the entire retake by quite a bit. Everyone still needs to make their way over. I'm sure if mid is gonna be full of lurks, they have to clear it out. And TEC have so much time for this post plan.
Yeah, there's so many deep angles as well in B on mid that you have to clear. A certainly a bit easier for the defenders to get these angles, and it's a beautiful swing together with the dart. No kill for TEC so far. The spike is ticking though. The pull is helping them, and Howdong is coming in with the ace to claim another pixel round for TEC. Wolves cannot break the curse.
You have got to be kidding me. How does he get away with that? They were all on the spike. They were all marking his position. Isolates these kills.
No
one
way.
tap to every single head. It's beautiful.
Oh my word. I mean, pistol aces hit differently, but that must have been the most heartbreaking ace to receive for a Wolves Esports fan. They should have had that one.
Oh,
but what a beautiful opening from Howdong.
I mean, your mental must be absolutely shot, and Fade can't call a timeout anymore. in this map at least. And they've got to just sit with it for this eco round and I guess try to formulate a plan for the next. They've kind of stacked it here towards this B side, and it actually might pay out. The TEC members are all slowly making their way towards this B side. They've only got Chutian with that Marshall on A. Honestly, it's up to Dynamite, right, on that A side. If he can suss out this stack, if he can realize that, hey, A is really weakly guarded, he might be able to call them back, but the trade of information, TEC might just commit here on B.
Yeah, they do have the drone, but everyone on Wolf's side is tucked away behind the box very patiently, and it is a trade, but not good for more. Haodong is just insufferable right now. Coco just gets headshot mid-dash. Beautiful round once again from TEC. Only one member falling. And it's just looking like another steamroll here on their attack. This next buy round is an absolute key round for Wolves Esports.
And the problem is not much damage was done, right? You've only lost a single player on TEC. They can come into this bonus round with quite a bit of weaponry available, right? 3 Guardians on this map of Breeze is very, very potent. So we'll see what Wolves have in store. Yosemite with the Odin of all things, hoping to mow them all down.
Oh, he only hits the clone. That is so good for TEC, but they still want to commit to this site. That's pretty ambitious. It's a great flash, but just get out into backside, and now Sufat actually falls. The Shock Dart even claiming another kill. It's a 3v2. Weaponry still looking strong for Wolves Esports though. Making it a 2v1. Only Haodong, but he already got a clutch under his belt. Can he spot Jova here and find the kill? Oh, immediately goes for the shot through the wall, almost getting that kill onto Sufat. Still got a 40-second timer working for him. Might be able to recover one of these guns, but now they go for the higher lower. He gets the first through the wall. Can he claim another one? It would be insane. Almost gets it. It's a shot to the body. Joa able to secure the round, but my God, that was way too close for comfort.
I don't know how he's able to make that so doable, but great job coming in from Wolves to stabilize the ship at the very end. Joa one shot away from demise, but that must be a confidence builder for Wolves. Holding on, but just by a thread, they eventually get that anti-bonus round over the line. But TEC, well, they're not done just yet. They themselves come in with a full purchase. And all their attention towards this A side. It's only Joa as their main defender here.
Yeah, and he has to do all the work now. Gives up the space. Falling back against this Viper wall. Oh, the dart actually goes through. What a reveal there from Sufat. But they immediately pull the Cosmic Divide. Shock Dart does not stop them. They're so close on both sides of these walls. As soon as this one fades, they will probably pull through, but Wolves Esports deciding to take the initiative. Claiming 2 fast kills. Koku tucked inside the corner, doesn't get a single one. Now the Cosmic Divide of their own used to secure this round. It's a beautiful pull, but Lucas can only get 2. And Haodong this time around, not there to clutch it. Wolves strike back for another one, but there's still a hill to climb for them.
Oh, if not for that Cosmic Divide, things could have gotten really, really messy. Lucas only getting 2 there. He needed at least 1 more to make things doable for Haodong, who was all the way isolated. A flash through the smoke. Somehow Joa gets that kill, but yeah, I love that teamwork coming in from Wolves to just fully retake together as a squad through that Cosmic Divide. Again, not gonna be enough for TEC. And with that loss, 2 in a row, down to a bit of an eco round of their own. Hunt is available for Lucas if, you know, things get interesting. But other than that, Wolves looking to stabilize the ship.
Yeah, the nice pull there by Autumn with the updraft, checking for someone in mid. Deep down. Oh, it's a good flash, forcing him back into tunnel. 3 players from TEC advancing there through elbow. They could even push through into window. It's a big hole in the defense of Wolves Esports right now, but they decide to group up in mid and go towards A. They do have a numbers advantage now. Onside, this could get dicey. If he even spot out Autumn once more. How many kills can Spring get here? Oh, the stun. Just barely able to dodge it. Uses the clone and the flash to buy some time, and Joa gets one through the smoke. Lucas, though, with a great shot against Spring. Joa once again has to do it all. Waiting for Autumn, but there's still a lurker in mid. Unaware for Autumn. And Joa goes down on side as well. The round just falling apart for Wolves Esports.
And they know Yosemite is most likely the B anchor, so they're just gonna slowly clear out all these close angles, expecting him from every single entry point. And what started off as seemingly an easy round flips on its head. Wolves now in the doldrums if Yosemite doesn't clutch this one out, but there's so many different angles. They spot him out as well. All of their attention now marking on towards the site. He pops up. There's yeah, this smoke as well. Toxic screen makes things even more difficult. Oh, it's an easy shot for Coco. And a thrifty round to just knock Wolves back on their asses.
That is heartbreaking once again. Oh, clean shot from Lucas. And then once again, they're unaware of these lurking positions. Right into the back of his head. Autumn goes down. And with that, the hopes of Wolves Esports, the thrifty, to force Wolves into another eco. So they are basically playing for overtime now. With a bit of a gamble stack here on B, but TEC expecting more aggression of their opponents.
This is the exact same eco round that Wolves had previously earlier on, but now they don't see any information, so they're being a little bit aggressive. But TEC have a great read, but not the best shots though. Spring with a double kill. Lucas now at Hunter's Fury trying to salvage things, but we've left ourselves in a 3 versus 3. A lot of damage done onto Wolves, but still the indecision is there for TEC. Which side do they want to commit to?
Oh, even using the drone. Oh, this corner has to be checked. Oh my goodness. Joa gets in undetected, but Lucas still aware. Beautiful. From the Sova player, even gets an orb on top of it. A site. It shall be with 35 seconds on the clock. They do have the smoke screen to make that work. And Sufit is already pretty low. Lucas gets the 3k. It's just Spring on 20 HP. I do not expect him to make this clutch possible, but he gets through! I stand corrected! How on earth?
What? Are you kidding me? How does he line that up? Full HP, he was 1 shot away from death. Any bullet would have done it. And yet, he is the revitalizing factor for Wolves. Isolates Dynamite. The double swing would have been his demise, but he adjusts onto Coco at the very end. Incredible stuff from Spring.
I do not believe this. 2026 China once again delivers on all ends. It's insane. What is going on? Just when you thought Wolves were on the brink of losing this first map, Spring puts out an amazing performance. What is this? What is this 1v3 clutch? It's on the sheriff of all guns. Absolute cinema.
There was no reality. There was no reality you would have won that. No way. I had counted him out. There was just no way he won that. Especially with his position exposed after that first kill, but man, that Chinese aim, oh my, crazy. Yeah. It's pure mechanics.
It's just beautiful to see in display. Wolves Esports holding on to the last straw that is Spring to keep them in the game. Still enough money for TEC to get another full buy for them. And they're still firmly ahead in this game. Only one round to get to map point. But now their own mantle must be shaken. They took the timeout. That is a fake smoke. And with that, Autumn claims a beautiful kill. Joa sneaking past everyone once again. It's only good for one though, and Autumn crucially misses that second operator shot. Oh, dimensional drift to spot them out. A lot of information given over to his teammates. Spring decides to get out using the clone there to distract the rest of TEC. Take a look at it. But they're not gonna fight it. It is just Lucas. And the rest of his team is there to claim the kills. Wolves Esports, they're back on track.
Spring gave them a lifeline and they're making the full use of it. This time around, they don't fumble the retake. They wait together as a team with the utilities in hand. Shutian giving them a great opening start. Almost dropped the ball a little bit in the mid rounds, but towards the end, they waited for everyone to come in together before they took these fights, and they went out every single one into 3v3.
And it's an eco now, or more of a half buy there for TEC.
Space.
And with that, they turn up the pace, trying to get onto A. Great split here. Once again, this is their weak side for Wolves Esports. But Spring and Joa have been insane in these last couple rounds. ABO with the overdrive though, successful. Finds the Astra. And that should be a spike plan secured for them. Autumn, good for one with the operator. They spot out Coco. How much time can he buy? Yosemite! Oh! Gets 3! And Sufat to complete the round. Wolves Esports all of a sudden back in this game. Where have they been all this time?
They're taking turns, Crafty. They're taking turns to find their moment. This time around, TEC with a beautiful split on towards the A side. I mean, Wolves get mowed down, but then Yosemite lays down the law. My lord, the triple kill. So controlled.
Oh, the frustration there on TEC's coaching staff. And they're the ones who have to take almost back-to-back timeouts here. Knowing that this map could very well still go into the hands of Wolves Esports now.
Yeah, now this game just suddenly has grown legs. I mean, Wolves definitely a strong chance. 2 rounds of difference. That's all they need to tie things up. 3 rounds to secure that match point. And you can see even in the demeanor, right, of the players, of the coaching staff, Wolves, they fully believe it now. That's a scary prospect to face up against if you're TEC.
Yeah, most certainly. And so far, I feel like we've seen some acts of desperation now from TEC as well. I mean, some small mistakes, as with that non-existent double swing versus Spring in his 1v3 clutch. If they'd played that a bit more carefully, they should have had that round. No way he gets 2 that quick on the Sheriff if they manage to peak at the same time. But now even the rounds that they set up quite well, as with that last split on A, it's heroics from the Wolves Esports players that stopped their advance. They have been on that 11th round 3 rounds in a row, unable to get to map point. It is another fall buy for them, and we do have a lot of ultimates on the line on both these teams. So I'm almost certain to expect them. That's a great drone to spot the operator. The Hunter's Fury immediately answered. But only Sufat claims the kill. Autumn, how can he survive so long behind pyramids? The flash doesn't really connect with ABO. But he's pretty much stuck on site. Ignores the clone. Another operator shot misses from Autumn. They're so close next to each other, but unable to take any more space. Snakebite allows him to clear the corner once more, and then he goes down. ABO, he could be the hero for TEC. But he falls to Spring. Out of all people, Haodong has the spike in hand. He even had the time to rotate if he wanted to, but he doesn't have the chance. Spring with another one, another double to seal the deal. Wolves Esports are so back in this game.
Yeah, again, it got really dicey towards the site execute itself, but this opening kill from Sufat was everything. Abo tried his best. Qiutian also finding success here, but this slide out at the end, or at least the frag that we didn't see, could have been the do or die, right? If Abo got that kill, TEC would have been in that driver's seat, but we go again. 11-10 Wolves, now up against the eco of TEC. It's gonna be a full-on rush here towards this site. Can the ops stave them off?
Yeah, it's the first time they've gone towards B for a couple of rounds now. Do they expect the operator being here? It doesn't seem like it. And another lurk in mid almost pays off. It's a 2 for 2 though overall. So no numbers advantage to try to get into backside. But ABO claims 1, and even Dynamite. Oh, what are these stingers doing for them? Just with the shot through the box, but doesn't expect Haodong. And how is it this round, out of all rounds, that TEC are able to convert?
Well, what are these rounds that we're witnessing in this matchup? Both teams, this unrelenting is the craziest of results. The most unexpected plays. Qiutian, Autumn was the one to find it first. Sufat almost mowed them down in mid, but then suddenly the rest of the team came alive. Dynamite with the stinger. And one of the longest ranges of this map. Haodong with the swing out wide. And yeah, that's exactly the expression that you'd expect here. 12-10 TEC, 1 round away. That's all they need here.
I mean, if TEC still win this, I feel like everyone's going to be like, we could have had that earlier. Why did we have to sit here for like 23 rounds? This could have been over after 14, it seems like. Crazy stuff from Wolves Esports and TEC. It's an immediate A execute. And ABO stunned, tries to swing this still. Sufat with the immediate double kill. The flash forces Autumn to fall back. Another operator shot miss, but the rest of his team is already there to help him out. It's just Haodong. That would have been another 1v4 clutch. Certainly not this time, right?
Oh, he's even smoked himself off, so that's kind of an avenue that he can't get back into. What's the economy like though? It's not looking too great, so you might even need to save this weapon. Everyone else, not even 1,000 credits on either of them. So this weapon, understandably so, it's an important save. And yeah, Wolves, they tighten up the lead yet again.
Honestly, I feel like TEC just don't go A anymore. Please, just don't do it. A has been Wolves Esports territory, even though it has been their weak side most of the time. Spring and Joa have been stellar in these A-side holds. They always just find the right timing to grab a couple kills. Autumn as well on the operator in these past couple rounds. Always been a force to be reckoned with. To be fair,
this time not too much utility. Actually, gotta be shaking up Xufei, so he was able to stand his ground. Back off side, provide that assisting cover fire. That was lovely to see from Wolves, and I guess you could say TEC not making the most out of what they could have done to fluster the back of side as they did previously. As you can see, economy not in the greatest position for TEC, but this is all they've got to work with. Last round of regulation here.
It's 3 players inserted into elbow towards mid. We haven't any of these teams seen taking that space towards mid top. The operator by Autumn still aiming towards spawn here through mid. He could get surprised while he finds the frag against ABO, but he is traded through his own smoke. At least for TEC, they might even be able to recover that operator. An upgrade for Lucas, most certainly, but he is an A main. Could get dicey on the spot here for Wolves Esports. But they've played this so well in these past rounds. They try to swing together, and Coco just puts him down. The Viper's Pit on top of it. This surely must be the round for TEC. It's a 2v4. And Haldong wins another one. But how bad could it possibly get? Not bad enough. TEC in that last possible round. Make it possible.
Are
and
you
win
not
the first match 13-11. This is insane.
Are you not entertained? Both teams going the distance. I mean, Wolves gave it a great run. Gave TEC a great run for their money, but unfortunately did not have enough room, did not have enough buffer rounds for them to close things out. TEC by just great itself and just beautiful team play. Just close things out in a really, really tight round yet again.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I don't know what to say. This is crazy Valorant once again from both these teams. This kickoff tournament just, it's been so exciting to watch in the past weeks. And once again, we see a nail biter of a game after a devastating start from Wolves Esports. I mean, they were down 8 rounds.
Yep.
In the first half, still managed to get 4 to sort of, stop the bleeding there. But no one expected them to actually come back into this game.
Oh, I didn't expect this storyline to even play out, right? TEC of all teams going 8-0 Wolves, and then Wolves slowly but surely finding the groove, finding momentum, heroic plays from each of their players. Spring with a great clutch. You've had Haldong with some crazy stuff right here. And this map had everything you could ask for and more.
This is so beautiful. Watch it.
Oh.
Frame it. Put it on a wall. The pistol ace there from Haldong.
And imagine if that ace didn't go Haldong's way, right? We could be seeing a completely different story. If Spring doesn't win this 1v3, insane stuff.
These reactions on the players' faces is just beautiful. I mean, we already knew that their aim is good, right? It looked like Wolves Esports had struggled with Breeze as a whole. Like, we saw it too many times that they were of different flags, unaware of highlights. But let's listen in on the comms here before we talk about the game some more.
backside 肯定想点 backside 的，能开连吗？开了，炸包了。啊，你不要射大。你把中路 cover 完，不要感觉。你选中路。我等你过来 cover。还有一个。80搜吧，剑在点后应该。走吧。等他们要拉人啊！我下点后。我给 A 大烟。没人，中路没人。我 A 痛。能跟我打？准备打了吗？可以。我架着点后这边，好吧？起帘子了。点后死了。80搜吧。就沙包里。我 A 听很快啊。哎，抢你！ 淹你！我踢包 ，nice，let's go， 这么好威风 ，come on， 太 easy 了。
Nice. I think it was the 5th or 6th round. I don't remember, but yeah, certainly during the first half, with TEC being in the driver's seat, Hao Dong player of the match, and to be honest, I'm not surprised.
I mean, that pistol alone, I think, garners him a lot of favor in terms of that rating, but his positioning as that Astra was lovely. You can see when it needed to be, right? He was the one that's also taking up a lot of the responsibility in terms of the anchoring, in terms of the clutches, and he was very dynamic. He didn't just sit in one spot. He's always moving around and giving different looks.
Yeah, I mean, this looks so satisfying. It's just one after one. Beautiful. The sound there on top of it. Yeah, he was effectively getting the better end of some of these lurks as well. So yeah, beautiful map from Hao Dong, but the entirety of TEC, of course, even though they were struggling to close it out in the end, they certainly looked like they had a better understanding of this map.
100%. I mean, especially the first few rounds. I mean, TEC were just in the driver's seat. I think Wolves, by pure virtue of the individuals, gave them that little bit of confidence to even just come back into the game. They did have good ideas, but I think they just relied a little bit too much in terms of, you know, fully committing one of those sites. I would love to see a little bit more fakes being thrown into the mix. A little bit in something that TEC actually did, especially on that pistol round. The second pistol round, they just pulled off a brilliant fake, something that Wolves could try to integrate into their system as well. But yeah, it is what it is. TEC, you know, gritted out. And in terms of the first kills, actually pretty evenly spread out. 11 TEC, 13 the Wolves, 1 ace on each of their teams. And yeah, 3 flawlesses for TEC.
Yeah, most importantly, almost after we check ABO by the numbers here, he's the one who was most successful compared to the average player on the map. On his Neon, also had some great rounds. He was struggling every now and then, where he sort of got like trapped in between a couple players from Wolves Esports and couldn't really get out. But most, like, overall, I think he showed that Neon can definitely be an agent that can put his mark onto a team comp on this map.
Yeah, having a Neon on Breeze is not the easiest thing, right? It's a little bit more of an unconventional agent, but he makes it work. And yeah, he was pretty successful in terms of the opening kills as well, so I have to give him credit for that. But yeah, that is how the first map goes. It's 1-0 for TEC, getting the better of Wolves on what should have been a cleaner map. But yeah, Wolves, you know, at least giving us a good look in terms of their confidence and perhaps a potential foreshadowing of what map 2 could be.
Yeah, which will beat Bind, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, it is Bind. Yes, I was unaware whether it was Haven or Bind, but Haven is the decider. So yeah, we will have Bind coming up, so don't go anywhere. This madness will continue after a short break, so we'll be right back. See you there.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Find the speed house. Left and right.
be your star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. You're my obsession. Hey, you're my
All right, we're back. Sorry for the delay, but there is more action to be had in this matchup between Wolves Esports and Titan Esports Club. My name is still Crafty and I'm joined by Coldan, and we already head straight into the first map. It is bind, and we can't even talk about the lineups yet because there's straight action towards A short. Oh, I don't think you're gonna survive that. Joa, good for 3 kills once again, and the round is over. I don't even know what happened. Wolves Esport won a pistol. That's crazy.
Of course it's in this kind of a fashion that they do. Just a full-on skirmish down A short. Got a falling waylay out of the sky to close things off. But yeah, Wolves, their horrendous pistol statistics got slightly better.
Yeah, so
even
what
the coach
did we
doesn't
see
know
here?
what's happening.
Yeah, the coach's like, yeah, sure, exactly as planned, guys. All good.
We'll take those.
So looking at the comms, it's not a mirror matchup. We do get the Teho for Lucas on TEC side. Other than that, it is fairly standard. There's also a fate for Coco. Yeah, I guess we can't talk about it now either. You will do that later on. I'm certain. It's another A try here for TEC, and they already got past the smoke here. Into backside, Koku could actually hurt a lot here if he gets through, but players all aware. Great coverage from Heaven as well, from Yosemite. Spike has been planted though, and it looks like they're just gonna try to reclaim that space for Slams. Great shot from Spring. Coco already known. I think it was a flawless. I even lost track here. But yeah, these first 2 rounds have gone over rather quick.
Yeah, pretty sure it was a flawless. And great protocols coming from Wolves, right? They weren't too flustered when the site was commandeered. They held their control over towards showers, and then slowly, one by one, cleared out sections of this site. And it was flawless at that. So Wolves get off to a hot start here, picking up where they left off on Breeze. Themselves to a 2-0 lead fast. But TEC now they're coming in with the gun buys of their own, and as you mentioned, right, with this Teho, something that some teams have been kind of picking up throughout this kickoff stage. So interested to see how Lucas adapts this one, because this is TEC's first time playing this map. We've seen Wolves play it once before with pretty sure it's the exact same composition. So let's see what TEC have been cooking up.
Yeah, a bit of a slower start this time around, and Autumn unable to get the kill, but still connects with the shot. Luckily for Dynamite, he did have that full shield. Oh, a beautiful adaptation there from Autumn to spot out Dynamite. And that is a very long refract. We've seen from Spring. They're still stacking on A, sort of expecting a TP play to come through. Maybe from Titan Esports Club, and it looks like they're at least going to reposition that spike towards Suka, maybe even go back through A.
And they have to reconsider, right? They lost Dynamite in, quite frankly, a magnificent fashion. Shout out to Tian, aka Autumn. This time, Abo's going to try to put a little bit of pressure here towards A, maybe draw some attention away from the B side, as you know, TEC are going to re-clear hookup, attempt to go for this sort of a split in. You've got the Viper as well as the Chamber, 2 fantastic agents to hold down this site.
Yeah, this could hurt a lot. Having to push through Viper's wall. And Yosemite claims to kill immediately. Now has the backup from the rest of his team as well. Lucas finally able to trade him, but all 3 players swarming out of the smoke, and Haodong will have none of it. Another 3K for him today to secure a round.
Man, he's just an absolute rock in this series so far. Yosemite does fantastic work to find a double kill, but Haodong just sits on top of site. One by one they come out, and one by one he'll mow them down.
Yeah, Fate is not happy about it.
He doesn't know how to react. It could work,
yeah.
It could fail, you know, who knows?
That round could have very well gone towards Wolves Esports. It was a 3v2.
Yeah.
And with the bonus converted, that almost would have felt like they could have gone off to a similar start as TEC on Breeze. Now it's just standard 2-1 fashion. Still a lot of damage done to TEC. Autumn holding that position inside hookah. Well, that's a very offensive TP as well. But he's got the Viper wall to back him up.
Ambitious shot. Can't fault him for that. He did fantastic in the round prior, but now that the initial gambit has failed, right? Dynamite again using the refract to get out of there, or at least, you know, gotten that access towards hookah, but nothing more than that. You don't have the dash in for the side executes. They have to take things a little bit slower, and we've seen how they're fed up against the Viper's wall. Let's see if they can change things up here.
Yeah, now the Toxin is fading. It should be their opening! But Yosemite doesn't really need his wall to hit the shots. 3k for him immediately against this stack on B, and all of a sudden ABO is just left on his own. Just gonna go to look and save this gun.
X marks the spot, and they're all laid outside of hookah. I mean, Yosemite, as you mentioned, right, didn't need to use his wall per se, but as they jumped out of it, I mean, there was just a graveyard. Everyone just falling victim in that small little corner. Crossfire was set up between the players on site, and there's just no way out of that B grinder.
Yeah, it's almost too easy, right, for a team to stop this hookah advance if they all just drop out there and you have more than one player aiming for that spot. There's no real pressure coming from B long for the side of TEC, who will have to go straight into an eco, of course, after this round. And no operator yet for Wolves Esports. Already a promising position here for Autumn. All goes up for them. Can he actually destroy the drone? He is spotted. Lets one pass and claims another one. ABO goes down. Oh, Autumn, that's a beautiful, beautiful saturate there. To get another kill, it's 4v4. Spike is planted. This round could become a little dicey for them. Oh, orbital strike invested even from Joa. Finishes off Hao Dong, who was hit by the saturate as well. Spraying with the shorty, able to clear lambs. The last two remaining players towards a short. It's just a great molly to stop them. They do have the guiding salvo from Lucas though to stop the defuse. Oh, but now the molly is still lying out. No chance for Coco. Spike is defused. I don't know how Lucas is still alive though, and he even claims another kill. But it doesn't matter.
I mean, all things considered, that was just an equal round. They got away with the spike plan and 4 kills. If I'm TEC, I'm not too disappointed with that. Great shots coming through from Dynamite to make things competitive. Wolves actually came in with a great retake attempt here. The utility was just so oppressive, and the molly lasting that long. Yeah, didn't really... These Wolves, sorry, no, TEC didn't expect it to be that long, but still a round win for Wolves. That's what you need to take into account. A timeout on a retake by TEC, realizing that this lead is slowly getting quite far away from them.
Yeah. This time they are the ones taking the early timeout. Looking good so far for Wolves Esports, even though it's very hectic around these executes. I mean, it's what you would expect from two waylays clashing here. There's so much util in this agent's kit to create space, to create possibilities for the team to follow up on kills, as we saw with that dash in, saturate, refract, to then be finished off with the orbital strike from Joa. So beautiful util usage. It was against an eco, maybe a bit of an overkill, but it worked and it practically won them the round. So we'll take it for Wolves Esports. It's another full buy now though for TEC. What can they make of it?
Tian?
Yeah.
If
I mean,
he can find that kind of success, kind of be marking down in towards showers. The little crab got to be spotted, but he's still gonna hold his own, right? He has that rendezvous to get out of there. Meanwhile, rest of the team is executing in towards A.
Now the operator is known, but they're already through to more slams. They just decide to push through the smokes. Joa is relentless. Finally being put down by Dynamite, who finds another one. 3K for him. Spring unable to claim that one. The Viper's Pit was used on B, I believe. Is put down though, of course. Now that Yosemite has come over and Dynamite just gives up that position the moment Yosemite sneaks in. Unlucky timing for TEC's duelist. Nabio already takes so much damage through the smoke. Lucas in a 1v2. Only the special delivery for him. And it is an operator that he is facing, and it actually hits Autumn. Beautiful 1v2 clutch. And TEC remains in this game.
What a beautiful clutch coming in from Lucas. Excellently utilizes the Viper's toxic screen just as it fades to creep into a site. Isolates the Viper wrapping around. And then gets that final kill as well. Let's take a look at all the action. But Joe actually gave it a great run. Dynamite there coming in for some action as well towards the U-Haul position. And lovely stun coming through by Lucas. Lands right at the feet of Autumn. Not gonna let him have a chance there, especially with that op. So TEC close margins, but they still get that second round on the board. Fast-paced round, perhaps this time. Dynamite pops the refract. No confirmation just yet.
The Dynamite just got inserted into Hookah. I don't know if they saw him. The saturate landed, but it's still a one tap from the Bandit at close distance. Good night, Dynamite. Great opening here for Wolves Esports. We're even able to recover that gun. TEC cutting the noise with 45 seconds left on the clock. Looks like Spike is still going towards B.
Setup is where Wolves has 3 players on this B side. You've got Utility in the Brimstone and this dynamic duo that's trying to get aggressive down towards B as well. See if it pays off.
Oh, the refract pulled, but unable to use it. Sufet dodges the stun, but he just goes down against the pre-fire, but they do not expect Jova to be here as well. Can he get another one? No, but still, some damage done. Howdong with another clean shot. Claims that kill. He's got to be careful. Yosemite is the one with the rifle in hand, but it's a great nightfall to spot him out. 3K, another one for Howdong in TEC. Close the distance.
Is it about time that we rename that spot as Howdong? He's got multi-kills on that same position, top of sight, multiple times on this map alone. Joa gave it a great run for the weapon that he had. I mean, it was just that Bandit, but thankfully for Howdong, or thankfully for TEC, Howdong was there to clean up that mess.
Yeah, he loves that spot. I mean, Wolves Esports will most certainly be aware of it now. But is it too late? Flash and the operator kill for Autumn. Great opening. Very patient there. And he immediately halts his angle in Hookah. I don't think Titan Esports want to face that angle once more. They could get to an A split here, but do they expect Spring being inserted into Cubby here already, especially with them baiting for him? I mean, you gotta check this corner. This is VCT. Oh, he might even be spotted here by the dash. No, he still gets a great saturate. And Sufet even wins the duel against ABO. Another orbital strike on top of it. It's just just Lucas. My bad. Okay. Check in PC. I don't know. He gets that one through the smoke. And there's no way they were able to advance onto site there.
And that round was just beautiful coming in from Wolves, right? To kick things off, the flash through hits the op shot. They try to avoid it, and they walk straight in towards the trap of Spring. They don't do their due diligence. They don't clear this little cubby, and they lose all of their plays because of it.
Yeah, I mean, they most certainly will have to from now on. I mean, then again, it was a great bait setup from Joe, but he didn't really have to participate in the fight even before that kill came through already. Eco forced for TEC. Even though they had a couple good rounds, they were pretty expensive nonetheless. And they do sort of expect some aggressive posture from Wolves. There wasn't even the TP in Wolves here. He had to run back himself. Very aggressive push there against the Eco out of all rounds.
Yeah, no refrag there is criminal. And he still has his rendezvous for a second going. So he's just going to reposition at a deeper angle, hold his ground, waste a little bit of utility, but he still gets the information.
Yeah, decided not to wait there with the operator shot against the Prowler. But they managed to find their kill towards Hookah once again. It's Lucas who got a timing here. But Fat might just check on him. Yes. He goes down.
Damn.
No opening for TEC. The spike is still going towards A. But they would have to hit some insane shots here to make this work. And they don't even get a single one. Not a point of damage dealt in that round to Wolves Esports.
Yeah, I mean, every single setup that I'm seeing so far in these couple of rounds, Wolves have some dynamic positions, and it's always a different look. This time, the op just solo walks down B, no trade frag available. Did not expect that potential. Lucas tries to look up a little bit, but I mean, great flick coming in from Surfat, and then the dynamic crunch with players in showers back of sight. There's no way for TEC to even get that spike down on A.
Yeah, they... Oh my god. This time around,
another change
they just put him down on A short, but it almost looks like TEC were sort of expecting something like that. Just holding that angle and from market. But as soon as someone crosses that line, it must be a kill.
Yeah, they have Coco needs to use his utility here.
Yeah. Very aware. Great use of the Prowler, but he still just uses the box to get a different angle. Gets another kill. Spring immediately able to follow up. The refrag pulled as well. It's just straight back into the snakebite. Beautiful from ABO, but it's not enough because Autumn is already there. And they try to push through that smoke. But it is a one-way or another death for TEC. Haodong, the only player left alive. If there's one who could do it, it's him.
Oh, I admire the high praise that you have for Haodong, but I don't think he himself is giving himself a good shot at this. Just got to be opting for that save instead. Another beautiful, dynamic round from Wolves Esports. This time they situate that op of Autumn's deep down A short. Prompts for the use of all that initiated util, and even then they just fall back to a safer angle, and as TEC chases, they are funneled into another meat grinder of a choke point. No access whatsoever. 3 players waiting on the other side, and Wolves are just absolutely chilling.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like as long as they only throw one piece of util towards him, it's not going to be enough. You at least got to be backing it up with maybe the drone from Lucas as well, because there's not a lot of things in their arsenal. They don't have any flashes in their comp.
Yep. That's a problem to jump out of Viper smokes, Brimstone smokes. They have a problem pushing off the op, so they really need to use their initiator utilities to the maximum potential to push these players back.
Yeah. They at least force him to use the TP there. Wait, that's a beautiful conversion pass, though. Still, The kill for TEC. Autumn, though, able to sneak one in, but he's being pressured from two sides now. They reclaim that operator. Titan Esports in their eco. I think it was a stinger buy, if I saw that correctly. Able to claim a couple quick kills, and all of a sudden, it's a 4v2 in favor of them in this post plant. Solid positions here. The flash doesn't even spot anyone. Dynamite! Oh, the wrong timing. Now even Lucas falls. Another flash to help him out. ABO spotted him out, though. I don't think they expect him. Oh, the molly coming in as well. Will buy enough time for them to win that round, but that got a little close.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that it's gonna be a stinger buy, right? You look at the weapons after all that skirmish. Everyone is upgraded to either a Phantom Vandal or even an operator, and that is kind of the adaptations you need to have, right? You don't have flashes. Your initiator util has been bested by wolves time and time again. You've fallen victim to that op. So this change of pace this time around, the convergent paths lands as you mentioned earlier, but with so many players in showers, the Wolves players were just a little bit hesitant on taking that fight, and that gave enough time for TEC to stabilize and again hit them with the 1-2 punch in towards that A site.
Must have been the tour de force being pulled here from Autumn. Was sitting behind that Viper smoke. Another good Prowler to spot him out. Do they really want to face it once more? There is the orbital strike for How Dong. Oh, they even got the kill. Must have been another beautiful conversion path, this time from TEC, combined with that orbital strike to claim the kill. Viper's Pit on top of it. I don't think they can actually retake this. This could very well be... Wait, it's the last round. They're not going to save this. I'm confused. It's 7-4. Of course, they're going to try something here.
Waiting for Joe to make that wrap around. He's got around the world play, and eventually he has to come up and has to be fast because TEC have got time on their side. And Coco is not going to miss that kind of a shot, and Abo is just going to wait for Sufat to jump down to his demise in that Viper's Pit. So, again, TEC with a crucial round win. Wolves, yeah, they were leading this map so far, but TEC answered back with some really great rounds here. I don't know how or what happened in Hookah, but How Dong, again, just going to be anchoring down his position as he always does. And 7-5 is the half scoreline. Wolves leading by just 2 rounds though.
Yeah, it's actually pretty solid offense or solid attacking side there for TEC, given what they had to face here. And especially attack on bind can be pretty rough sometimes. So 5 attack rounds, not too bad for them against the Autumn's operator, who had some great rounds on the chamber. But can they convert this 7-5 lead into a 2-0 victory over TEC? I mean, we've seen a crazy breeze. This bind certainly looked a bit more thought out from Wolves Esports.
Which composition would you favor though, Crafty?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like
chamber.
Their comp felt like a bit more defensive sided, like the Wolves comp. But now they only got 7 rounds. Is that enough? Or can they make this attack work for them?
Yeah. You have the difference in terms of the fade, sorry, not the fade, the Teho as well as the chamber, right? That's the main difference. So a lot more utility on the TEC side, and you'd think that with all of the Teho utility, you can find information of where the attackers are coming from, as well as stall out plants with the salvos, you know. A lot of utility that can be lobbed at Wolves Esports. While Wolves, you know, they have a sharpshooting Autumn. You know, that's a bit of an unknown quantity. We'll see which one comes out on top, because Autumn has been hitting some crazy shots this series already. So we gotta kick things off with a pistol round. An interesting one. Look at this setup. 3-1, 1-3-1. One player on either side, 3 players in spawn waiting for a fast rotate. It's gonna be A.
Yeah, and there it is. But Wolves Esports are already in Lambs. Have Shao's control. So the entirety of TEC basically just waiting in the backside. They might just try to fast retake once they hear that spike being planted. But there's immediately mollies to prevent that happening. They try to dash into the backside. But it go down, and that molly might spell demise for them as well. Dynamite with the 3K. Finally goes down. It's just Sufat in a 1v2. No real upgrade inside, and he goes down through the box. TEC's plan coming in clutch here.
Yeah, Wolves unfortunately don't win the second pistol. You know, we'll give them one in the series, or at least in the map. Second one looks pretty convincingly to be TEC's. Great job from Dynamite there. Lovely shots fired down range. And so these two teams split the pistol. TEC looking to convert the second round. But, ooh, look at this. Wolves are buying into this one.
Yeah. Force by here. Oh, shot connects on both of them. A lot heavier onto Autumn, that is. Only 10 HP left. But they didn't spot any weapons yet. So there could still be a surprise moment in favor of them. Oh, that's a great special delivery from Lucas to stop their advance. Take some damage in the molly, though. Spike has not been planted yet. Now they know that's a stinger. Bye! And Yosemite gets one. ABO, gotta be careful here to not get any closer to that Lamb's position by himself, and they decide to take the way around. 3 players stuck into Lambs now. Coco goes in and goes down immediately. The second shot from Dynamite misses. That one would have been crucial. Spring is super low, but Abo is now... Can he make it work? No, he goes down to Sufat. Autumn on 10 HP. Putting in work on a short. And the force buy actually pays off for Wolves Esports.
The stingers sing in the close range fights. They all hunker down in towards U-Haul. Joa gave it a very ambitious fight, but these close range duels, you definitely favor the stinger. And that, I'm pretty sure, caught TEC off guard, not expecting them to go for the force buy. And it pays off in dividends. You can see the... I don't know what you call it, rage, the passion coming in from Sufat, laying it down to his opponents. That is a great injection of cash. It flips the script. TEC themselves now on an equal round of their own.
Yeah, that must hurt for TEC. They were so close to equalize the scoreline. It looks like they expect Dynamite here. At least it's being pinged. He certainly wasn't spotted prior to that. The spike seems to go... No, it's not. It's just hovering around market now, but the way the players are moving right now for Wolves Esports looks like they aren't gonna head towards A. And great awareness from Autumn. That looks like something they might have seen in a previous match from TEC. Very aware of that setup. All the corners are checked, even the flank being expected there. Beautiful round from Wolves Esports to further advance their lead.
That's exactly what you want to see on an anti-equal round, where you see Wolves playing it really patient and passive towards the early rounds. Slowly doing a due diligence, clearing the corners, marking the flanks, acknowledging that, hey, yeah, it is going to be an equal round. They're probably going to try something crazy. Something ambitious, a flank, an early push. And once they keep note of the map control, slowly hunker back in towards one of the sites for an execute, and they do so beautifully.
Yeah, really. Taking their time there, being very aware of what TEC could throw at them in an eco like that, and it forces them to take their second time out. They just flipped the script. This time around, it's TEC to having to take 2 timeouts before Wolves can even take 1. But will it be enough? It is their first full buy now on their defense for TEC, and they gotta make this work. Otherwise, this could very well be a 11-6 2 rounds later for Wolves Esports. And you would expect them to close that one out.
Well, coming in with guns from both sides this time. Wolves, a little bit of a bonus round for them since
yeah,
they were so successful in the previous. TEC now backs up against the wall essentially. They lose this, Wolves get double digits, and it's going to be a tough hill from there. So a lot of pressure onto this round. Ultimate's potentially on the cards. Dynamite is 1 off his way layout, so they can get that potentially. Could be useful, but I'm being Wolves just creeping up B long, marching forward.
They already got into Garden, but they also make themselves known with that orb take. Check the corner. Oh, Coco, you must go down here, but he's got the backup from ABL. Spring on side now, though. Has the support from the rest of his teams, and Autumn connects the shots. Lucas goes down. And with that, the round is wide open for Wolves Esports. Oh my god, Hao Dong. Oh, will bite himself for that one. Dynamite gets one onto Autumn, though. Dashes onto site. Uses this refract to get out. That's a lot of distraction. Beautifully played. But the conversion paths misses, and Yosemite is ready for both of them. Dynamite already down to 10 HP. No problem for Wolves' Viper. And it's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, Yosemite was cornered in. I love the way that TEC were playing in that 2 versus 1. Didn't give him an opportunity. And, I mean, Coco did great work anchoring there. Autumn finding 2 incredible frags, but Yosemite's 1v2 there. That was everything. They tried to use all they had. Even the conversion paths, but not gonna be enough. Pivots on a dime. Gets Wolves that double digits and knocks TEC back down on another eco.
This must be painful for TEC, especially after their hard-fought victory on Breeze. Looks like this could be a quick one for them. Oh, they find 2. With the util there from Lucas as well. That's an opening they take any day. Only 2 players left, and they even have the drone. Still can check out bathrooms. Spotting Autumn. And time's ticking for them.
And they're not giving away anything. I mean, TEC are just hunkering down, waiting for Wolves to make the first move, the first mistake.
Oh, that might be one of them. Yosemite with an insane timing. Now even spots Dynamite. Puts down the Viper's Pit. That's a bit of an overkill in a 1v2 versus an eco, but Coco got a rifle. Holland immediately destroyed. And looks like he's just trying to run it down, and he gets the Viper. Pit is down. All of a sudden, it is a 1v1. And he gets the kill versus Autumn as well. How on earth does he do it?
Oh man, Coco just knocks 2 heads off. That round was done and dusted. I mean, the round was done and dusted 2 times. The first time the eco found so much success. Lovely early fight coming through. You've got the utility of Lucas. Yosemite finds a beautiful timing though. Isolates all 3 kills. And we thought that they had a chance now. They thought that the Viper's Pit was more than enough. But Coco has something else to say, gives his team a lifeline, finally breaks the 3-round streak of Wolves, puts the money back in the bank for TEC. And not out of the woods just yet. The Wolves will have to keep hunting.
What a clutch from Coco to keep their hopes alive. Insane performance. He didn't even try to hide his position. He was just throwing all his util down. Was like, I don't care. I'm gonna take this 1v1 against the Viper inside the pit. And it pays off. But it's still quite the mountain to climb for TEC. Operator for Autumn on attack now. Oh, he's giving it away now. Has to TP out. Versus the guided salvo. The spike still hovering around A short. And it looks like it's going to be an A execute. A couple ultimates in hand. The Seekers now invested from Sufet. Could be followed up immediately by a convergent paths. They're still trying to find out more about these positions. 4 players now close by. And there comes the orbital strike together with the convergent paths. How down? Super low already. Has the backup from Lucas though. But the rest of his team falls in. He is being traded. A 3k to make it close. But can we get another clutch from TEC? This time it's ABO.
It's unlikely. You look at the utility in the hands of Joa. He's got the orbital strike. 2 versus 1. Abo, what can you do here?
Yeah, probably the molly on top of it. Wait, the molly has not arrived yet. Maybe it's not even in there. But the spike is already ticking so fast. The spam inside the smoke. He's not going to be able to make it work. He might get the kill. It's not even that. Joa with the 3k will go down to the spike though, but Wolves claim another one on their road. Honestly, to get us to the 3rd map.
I'm looking at the setups from TEC and they look decent, but Wolves were just so relentless in their approach. They fight backside as well. They wrap around the players in towards U-Haul. Didn't give them a chance to breathe. Lovely stuff from Wolves, despite TEC's flood of utility. I mean, you've got the Molly Incendiary from the Brimstone. You've got the Saturate. You've got the salvos. So much utility to stall, yet Wolves still push on forward. 2 more rounds required as in we go with a slow-paced approach. TEC. Early information down B long. The Prowler spot's nobody there. So Autumn's now got to be aware. His position has been spotted out.
Yeah, second shot connects. Oh, immediately they try to advance. The Saturate even hits. But he's got the backup from the rest of his team. They did not expect him to be with the team in a situation like that. Bit of a trap there laid out from Wolves Esport. And then Lucas just casually with the drive-by headshot versus Yosemite. At least able to equalize the numbers. But weaponry still stronger for Wolves Esports. Trying to stall some time here on the side of TEC with the Molly. As you said, their util can be so annoying. They still just tap it. Waiting for TEC to show up. It looks like everything's clear. Spike goes down. Nightfall being used to spot out 3. But can they actually follow up on it during an eco like that? Already advancing into Lambs. The shots are good versus Spring. Able to pick up the gun. Oh, Joe is struggling. He's being left on his own. Now the Viper Spit is being used, but he's going down immediately. Autumn with the right angle just snipes him out of the air.
Autumn has gotta be that key piece, that key factor for Wolves right now. They must be so glad they got him, they picked him up, because he's been landing incredible shots in situations that you'd never expect. He's been drawing out utility on his lonesome, defying the laws of Valorant, somehow escaping with his life there, and right at the very end, providing that overwatch, that cover fire. just as the Viper's bit was attempted. Sniped out of the sky. Brilliant shot from Autumn.
Yeah, that Viper's pit could have very well changed things up there in the round. So crucial. And it looks like TEC with their backs against the walls. They gotta find an opening somewhere. Wolves Esports look like they're firmly in control of this map now. 5 map points, a late drone here to spot out Yosemite. But is it just him? They can never be sure. The rest of the team already advancing through showers. This could become a clean execute for them. The flash, pop flash through the smoke is beautiful. And immediately, when Dynamite is trying to get some control on short, he's put down. Joa and Lambs finds another one. It looks like this round is all but over for TEC. And like we are actually going on towards Haven, it would need absolute heroics from Coco in a 1v5 clutch. I don't think even he can make this work. The Seas finds nothing. And time is just ticking away for him. Autumn already sitting in the smoke, doesn't get the flick, but has the support. There it is, 13-7. Wolves Esports are back on track and will send us to the third map.
Yeah, the Wolves, they're back on the hunt, and they do so very convincingly, especially on that attacking side. So brilliantly orchestrated. You could see the ideas flowing, and the synchronization was absolutely on point for the entirety of the team. I mean, whether it was Autumn on his lonesome looks or the backup that Joa was providing in those skirmishes, especially the executes, right? You see Spring dashing straight towards the site with a beautifully timed flash from Sufet, able to blind up enemies in that last round. I mean, that was perfection coming in from Wolves in that second half.
Yeah, absolutely. Great executes from them. Here, we see it again on the replay. And when they weren't really spot on Breeze, often unaware of where TEC could come from, they were very much aware of everything TEC were doing on their own attack here. Also with a solid defense. And it's kind of just them taking control of this map early and bringing it home. I don't even know how many attackers rounds they lost. It must have been 2, right? Yeah, 2 rounds only, giving it away there during their attack is a statement. And you can see the confidence in some of these plays as well.
Yeah, it's a full team effort. I really liked the attacking side from Wolves, especially that second round where they forced into the Stingers. I didn't think that we were in a state of the game where you needed to force, but you know, they had a game plan very clearly so, and they executed it fantastically.
Yeah, just trying to take down TEC as quick as possible, even though we saw some good rounds from them as well. Some nice clutches there. That shot, man. I mean, this whole map could have turned out differently, but we are listening in on the players for Wolves Esports once more.
不急。CT 和2楼2楼想补进来，对我得打。我打2楼在这，包后2个。打右，我们知道包，来，等等，顶3个右后准备，听我 call，准备打8点后 ，OK， 哦，有弯位，来，等啊，等等，别急，加一会，准备3、2，启强，来，拉3个包点，拉，天，包点2个，烧包，再没拆。打避位一箱，打避一滴血，来过来！Nice, go!
The excitement there for Wolves Esports as they convert that round, understandably so. And Joa on the Brimstone is your MVP for this map.
Yeah, I don't think he had the most insane moments, but he was the reliable guy. Always the second or third one in, providing that trading potential, and really proficient in terms of his smokes and utility. And look at this kind of statistics. I mean, do I need to say anything? I don't see any empty space.
No, it's just a perfect hexagon there for Joa. I mean, a 90% efficiency rating is insane, to be honest. He almost participated in everything that happened on the map for them. Had some, I mean, we were already calling that spot on top of B side his spot to be where he had two multi kills at least. Great showing on the Brimstone. And overall, I mean, as you already said, it was a team effort, of course, for Wolves Esports to claim this map. But he certainly was a force to be reckoned with.
If you're looking at all these frags, right, it's not, oh, he's getting 5 frags at once and it's an ace, it's a quad kill. He's always this guy that's trading his team, finding 2 or 3 kills in the mix of all the action, and having such a solid player in that kind of a role. And you can see in both teams, right, having that kind of reliable player. But Joa's team of Wolves, they were so aggressive and so decisive on the attacking side. Very deserved of that MVP.
I mean, a lot of credit also going to Sufat, of course, here as their IGL for great callings throughout the rounds here, making that a very convincing victory after that super close fight on Breeze. And here we see some team sets matched up against each other. The first kills basically speak for themselves here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize it was this skewed. I have to give credit to both Spring as well as Autumn. I think both of them were huge contributors to this statistic. And Autumn was, we don't speak enough of him, but he, in this match, I think, was one of the key players as well. I mean, they were so annoying to deal with. There was no chance for TEC to punish him. He was always able to draw out tons of utility from TEC before he was forced to take his rendezvous back, and that is the sign of a great player.
Yeah, he certainly, even though he didn't have the most kills, I feel like all of his kills had such high impact on the rounds because he was able to find these openings. And Wolves Esports as a whole always able to convert on these rounds after they got themselves a number advantage. Certainly something that you need to be doing as a tier 1 team, of course, but not a lot of teams can actually do that. So a great showing from Wolves Esports on the second map. Great recovery after Breeze. That means we will head into Haven as the decider, a map that both of these teams have won already in Kickoff 2026. So one of them will have to take their first loss on Haven. And who's that going to be? We'll find out after a short break.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't want to leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't want to leave your side. have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. You're my obsession. Hey, you're my obsession.
Welcome back to VCT China Kickoff 2026 here over at Project Horizon. I'm Crafty, still joined by Coldan, and we are having a blast here in the matchup between Wolves Esports and Titan Esports Club. So far, both of them converted their own map pick. Was a bit closer for TEC than they probably hoped for, but here we are on map 3, Haven. Both these teams already played Haven during kickoff. Both of these teams won. It was a very close win for Wolves Esports versus Trace, and a rather convincing victory for TEC against JDG. So, do you see TEC being the favorite here to win that third map now?
Oh, it's a tough call after what we've both seen in this series so far. Breeze, pretty one-sided affair, but then it became close. But then on Bind, we saw Wolves kind of run away with things on the second half. So I think Haven is a map that would more similarly replicate Bind. So maybe Wolves would have a little bit more protocols in a map that they're familiar with. Breeze, maybe something that's out of the depth. But TEC, on the other hand, I mean, we never know. And China's, we never know. Someone might pull off some crazy clutch, inspire the team, and then we go on a run. So honestly, I'm just happy to see this match. I think it's going to be very exciting and a pretty close one between these two teams.
Yeah, at least in the matchup versus JDG, the ABO was having a blast on his Killjoy on Haven. So I'm excited to see that. If the two matches were any indicator on what we're going to see, I expect this to be a mirror matchup. We saw the same two comps being played for both of these teams with the Killjoy and then the double controller with Viper Omen, the Neon as a single duelist, and the Soba as their initiator. And I don't think they're gonna switch things up with them having two victories under their belts on Haven so far. But maybe there's some counter shredding coming in already. I don't know. Do you think there could be some switch ups of the comps here?
Compositions wise, I think we're gonna see the exact same. I don't see any clear reason why they would change, but then again, we saw Wolves change up the matchup, at least the composition on Breeze. Do they think they're gonna throw a bit of a spanner in the works? No. All right, we're gonna get exactly as we expected, the mirror matchup. So no weird utility, no weird Teho chamber stuff, right? Everyone has the exact same utility. It's how you use it and which team has that better synergy.
Yeah, all about that execution now for both these teams. Of course, some momentum in favor for Wolves Esports here, maybe. Coming off that 13-7 victory on Bind, where they were looking pretty strong. I'm excited to see how Autumn is going to play on that Killjoy now, after we've seen him on these operator-heavy agents, going back to more of an anchor player here for his team. So excited to see how that works out.
I actually want to see a little bit of a comparison between the two Vipers that we're going to be having here, Coco as well as Yosemite. I think the Viper has such an integral role on the map such as Haven, right? Especially towards A main, right? When you have those attacking Vipers screen, that's the toxic screen is going to be cutting across A lobby. Which Viper is going to be able to put more pressure on their opponents? Which Viper is going to be able to lock down sites better? I think that is a big talking point between these two teams, and we'll have to wait and see though. Between TEC and Wolves Esports, map number 3, everything on the line. Which team survives in the middle bracket? Which team drops to the lowest?
Yes, it is very much exciting. A lot on the line for these two teams in terms of survival chances in Kickoff 2026 as we head into another pistol, and all of a sudden it looks like Wolves got a lot better with their pistol. Oh, that was the overall pistol rounds, like in the history of the organization, not just Kickoff, because it's not been looking so good during Kickoff so far in terms of pistols for Wolves Esports. And some shots being traded there on C-Long, but other than that, not a lot of space taken yet from TEC, only ABO, who snuck towards double doors and garage.
Oh, big pick from Coco. That's going to put a lot of pressure now onto Joa, that has to cover up the space that his teammate has lost. And meanwhile, all that's happening, TEC accelerating towards C.
Yeah, great response there from Autumn, though, to take some space towards C-Long, and he gets the kill versus Hao Dong. Second player as well falling versus Joa. Autumn taking a bit too much time, though. On C-Long goes down, and it's a 3v3 retake now for Wolves Esports, but they're already advancing towards garage. It's gonna be a 2v2 standoff here. Yosemite goes down, and ABO expects Sufet, who struggles there in the duel. A third player coming through garage, it looks like. Joa is expected as well, and TEC claim another pistol.
Oh, that's lovely stuff from TEC. Wolves again struggling with the pistols. I love that kind of aggression that's coming in, that Autumn threw into the mix, right? Pushing down towards C, got that kill, got traded out, but it made things a lot more doable for TEC. So lovely stuff from Abo, getting off with that double kill. And no force buy coming in from Wolves this time. Should be a pretty easy one for TEC.
Yeah, certainly a bit harder to do that on the defensive side. Well, they spot out Coco, though, who tried to get a little sneaky opening there with the wall towards A-Long. The rest of his team already contacting towards C, where they would be met by the Killjoy turret to spot them first, but how much damage can you really put out against 4 players? Coco still trying to draw their attention towards A. He is running into the stack, so not really a lot of movement on the map yet. And they're certainly expecting Autumn to be tucked into the box, and he goes down. Clean shots from Coco as the rest of the team from Wolves is trying to flood out of A side. Spraying claims one, but is spotted a 1v4 to maybe deal some additional damage.
He'll try his best, Spring. Got a bit of a totem pole right around this corner. Be lucky to even find one, and Aodong will keep him honest. So a successful round win from TEC there. I love what Coco was doing. Kept 3 players all the way on the A side of the map as the rest of the team sieged on that C side. There was nothing that Autumn could really do there. Maybe find one, but then again, Coco has kept so many players on that A site. That is good signs of the macro understanding from TEC already.
Yes. The first full buy here for Wolves Esports. We have seen a couple of bonus rounds converted already. That got a bit dicey there. Almost finds the headshot. Or the second one. Versus Sufat. Goes down to 10 HP. Has to give up the position on A long. As for those first couple rounds, they're putting a lot of attention towards Garage. Pressuring that anchored site for Wolves Esports. With the alarm bot destroyed, certainly gives them something to think about on the side of Wolves.
And Sufat's on such low HP already. He's not going to be able to offer too much in the way of his HP. It's got to be onto Spring to lock down this A site.
Yeah, there's a fast lane to get onto site of Sufat. Got hit by the paranoia as well, and there he goes. Unable to find a kill. Dynamite, however, with the 3k, the backup from his team, it looks just like another converted bonus round. For TEC. 2v3. 2v4 rather. But it looks like they're at least going to attempt this. But as Yosemite falls in heaven, Autumn is just gonna save his Phantom. 3-0 start for TEC on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Dynamite was able to just instantly shred apart the defense, swinging wide to the back of sight. Minus 3 hits served on a platter. TEC confidently siege in towards that A side after, as you mentioned, right, managing the little side quest, breaking the alarm bot into his garage. Putting pressure on that A player, especially after the early damage onto Sufat. Okay. Standing up and letting Wolves know that that bonus is very much in their hands.
Yeah, he is on a killing spree here. Great opening from TEC. And forcing Wolves Esports straight back into an eco. Not the start that they were hoping for. Will Wolves be able to surprise with this 4-man stack on C? Giving away some of these positions already. And TC very aware of that.
Yeah, they were hoping, right? Wolves are hoping, praying the TEC step a bit too far, but you know, TEC know better. Played slow and passive, trying to bait out the utility, trying to find out where these positions of Wolves are being held. They only rifle the hands of Autumn all the way in towards the C side. Yosemite will peek out, try to break a bit of the utilities, but it's Autumn all alone.
Trying to stop their advance. At a 1-for-1, certainly something that Wolves can live with right now. Might even be able to recover a gun later down this round if they want to reclaim that space.
Oh, the timing.
Sufat got a bit distracted there by the alarm bot. The moment he pings it, the swing comes through and he goes down. The site been taken for Titan Esports Club, and yes, they did recover that Phantom for Yosemite, but is it really going to make a difference here?
They're like really locked out of this side. Yosemite has that gun, but they're going to throw in a little bit of a smoke. The Nano Swarm's going to keep them at bay. Do they still want to test this? Okay, I guess they do.
Yeah. Okay. Blink and you'll miss it. TEC will lose no additional members and claim another round. It's been very convincing what they've been shown so far.
thought it was a bit ambitious. Maybe would have loved to, I would have loved to save that rifle, but you know, Wolves won't back down to a fight. So tried their best, and now Coach Fade, you know, calling that a bit of a timeout, trying to reassess their options, because it really is seeming like TEC are running away with the early rounds.
Yeah, the timeout was certainly to be expected here for Wolves Esports, as TEC are slowly but surely taking control of this third map. And we've seen how fast it can get out of hand on Breeze, right? Where they went for an 8-0 start, even though it got very close in the end. But I mean, surely you don't expect this to happen twice, and you surely don't want this to happen if you're a Wolves Esports fan.
All rounds unanswered for Wolves. This is about do or die moment. You don't want to go down to the 0-8 scoreline that you did on Breeze. TEC slowly racking up those ult points. Both teams getting closer to those ultimates. Interesting approach from Wolves. 3 players down mid.
Yeah, they're trying to get a pick there. Oh, and just as ABO tries to get that timing there, he is immediately spot and found out by Yosemite. Great showing from Wolves Esports in this 5th round. They know about all of it. Lucas peeking into 3 people expecting him already. Flawless round for Wolves Esports. What an answer after that timeout.
That's one way to instantly shut down that hype train. So Wolves Esports, yeah, they predict the push. Good adaptations coming in from Orban to play deep in towards Garage. Yosemite is there for the assistance, the cover fire. Last 2 players trying to do their best down towards B. Perhaps a bit of a gap in the defense, but instead they face up against 3 players of Wolves huddled up in the corner as a pack. And that gets them their first round on the board. See if they can get the second though.
Yeah, I mean, it was very Garage focused. These early bits of every round for TEC so far, so you kind of expected them to go for a more Garage / C heavier side there on the side of Wolves. But even now, Dynamite with the entry slides straight into his demise as Sufat puts him down immediately, and with that your entry is gone. What are you gonna do as TEC? You just gotta slowly walk back into mid.
Yeah, you lose the tip of the spear. Now you have to reassess your options. A contact play up mid might be the answer, but Yosemite's got his util in hand.
Yeah, as soon as he spots that first player, he's gonna try to lock this site down. In advance, even uses it now. Great timing there for the snake bite, and Yosemite even gets the kill. Able to hide behind the wall, but through the smoke, ABO finds the kill. Towards him is still a numbers advantage, and most importantly, the spike is on the spot, unable to be recovered here. So they're just gonna save the round, save the guns. The round goes over to Wolves Esports.
Yeah, it seemed like this entire round kind of hinged on the success of Dynamite's entry in towards the A side. We're seeing a little bit of a change up in terms of TEC's playstyle. Perhaps a little too committal, or perhaps not even committing enough, right? Where's the trait frag? Where's the trait potential for the rest of the team? They tried their best down towards B, but again, Wolves are very much expecting it. Yosemite already with the utility in hand, the follow-up with more teammates spamming through that choke point. And, well, another timeout, it seems, being taken, perhaps by TEC's side this time. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It only took 2 rounds for Wolves Esports to force out a timeout here from TEC. But I guess it's more about how these rounds played out, right? Very convincingly for Wolves Esports. They couldn't really get on site at all. And Wolves were just very aware of TEC's positions. And without that pressure that they were able to create earlier in these first couple rounds towards Garage, towards C, it feels like Wolves' defense looks pretty solid.
Yeah, but I like that TEC are taking this time out early, right? They acknowledge that Wolves are slowly catching on to their play style. And while TEC, they themselves need to readapt because things looked a little bit shaky the last 2 rounds. Hopefully this timeout has locked them back in as we jump back into the server. Lottery wise, I think they should be pretty even. Buys available, perhaps, on both these squads.
Yeah. Still enough, but you're looking rather low now. Never mind. It is, there's still some gas left in the tank. So, wouldn't be too bad to lose one more. And this time they use that smoke on C to claim the orb. I didn't quite pay attention to who it was that was picking it up, but they do have 3 ultimates available now. And rather impactful ones as well.
It's kind of interesting. Wolves, they only really have Sufet in towards that A side, but they're not. And like Sufet doesn't have good information if there's a lurk whatsoever coming towards him. There's an owl drone now being used, and he's going to hear that, so potentially calling for the rotate, but instead it is that C commitment at the end of the day.
Yeah, Autumn still has his util backup. Are they going to try to actually peek this through the smoke? It looks like it. The stun connects, though. Doesn't allow them. Even the lockdown gets destroyed now. That was a bit ambitious from TEC to only use that small space they had in Garage to even play that lockdown, feel the security as Coco is going down, but there's a trade from Lucas, 2v2. They saw sort of like ships in the dark running past each other. Joa has the better end versus Lucas. And it's going back and forth in this one. But Wolves only 1 round behind TEC now.
I did not expect Wolves to just pounce on that ultimate instantly. And clearly they had an idea. Autumn was the one to take that first contact. There's so many stuns just thrown in the mix. And eventually, you've got Joa that was wrapping all the way around. Not expecting him in that position. So yeah, Wolves, by the chaos of their own design, win things out. 3 in a row now. Fantastic adjustments after the first couple of rounds. TEC now, they are the ones scratching their heads. Nothing that they're trying has been working out. Throwing a bit of presence down towards C and holding the rest of the team back towards A. See if this is the right call, as there's only a single neon in the side at Spring.
Yeah, I kind of like his position though. On top of the box. Usually something you expect from a Noman. But this time it's Spring. Oh, and he got spotted. Gets hit by the paranoia as well. Can he actually get out with a fast lane? He decides to take another duel. But it's shot in the back from How Dog, and as the overdrive is pulled from Dynamite, 2 more players fall on site. It looks like this is it, finally, for TEC. They found a round after losing 3 in a row. And all they had to do was invest in overdrive.
Yeah. Yeah, Wolves not exactly with the best read. Spring tried his best to hold down the site. That slide in towards Hell did not pay out whatsoever. There was no obstruction of sight from A Long, so How Dong just basically had a free shot to a sliding neon that wasn't even facing him. Followed up with the second. Wolves stabilize. Oh, sorry, TEC stabilize, and Wolves just cut their losses. Right, just gotta save these 2 weapons. Money still not too shabby for Wolves, so they should be able to buy into the next, but TEC slowly extending their lead.
Yeah. Reassured after this one. It looked a bit off in these past couple rounds. Like Wolves were in control now. Yeah, I feel like maybe they got a bit ahead of themselves. They're Great read, of course, from TEC to hit that A side in a round like that. But Spring maybe too over-ambitious by himself, thinking that he could find another kill there instead of waiting for the rest of his team to follow up. It looks like it's a more direct C hit once again. The fast lane invested, but Yosemite can already say that they didn't spot anyone. That's a great... Wait, what? Wait, why didn't he take another shot? Oh, he didn't get hit.
Yosemite dodged both. That's incredible. And they've looked in towards B as well. Sufat, none the wiser. Apple gotta catch him blindsided.
Oh, this is devastating. But Spring, with the advance from A Long, at least picks up another one. For Wolves Esports, it's a 4v4. 55 seconds left on the clock. They're running circles around each other right now. B side under control for TEC. And Spike most certainly will be planted there. They already got Coco inserted into A-Link. Crucial position for him right now. As the rest of Wolves Esports are just trying to group up again.
Control lockdown is great. It's gonna flush out all these players within the site. Now what does TEC do? Do they push it? They just have to evacuate. Let the pit drop or let Coco just get detained. But keep the pit up.
What? Oh my god, the backup from ABO to kill Spring before he can get the kill. Onto the Viper. How's that even possible? Coco fully detained. Still just standing in his own pit to keep it up. And Wolves are just gonna save these guns. They just played out that lockdown perfectly.
Wow. Lovely understanding coming in from Coco that that pit was their win condition. Sacrifices his life, essentially. Puts it on the line. Right? Lets himself get detained. Trusts in his teammates to provide that cover fire. And they do. Perfectly so. Just as he was about to get taken down. Look at that. A sliver. A glimpse of Spring. That's all they're gonna need.
Yeah, that is astonishing work from Titan Esports Club to keep that pit alive, to keep their Viper alive. And a bit of a switch of pace here. And their defense as they take quick control over A short and A long. With the rest of TEC quickly adjusts, tries to go over towards B, but through the snake bite of Yosemite, one player falls. The Hunter's Fury claims another one. That's a great shot from Sufat. But what can they make with it? 3v3. All players coming in through A-Link. That's a great paranoia, but they don't get the kills. Joba with 2 and gets the third one as well on 33 HP. Wolves Esports slowly fight back into this first half.
And I think that's the nerf of the paranoia that comes back to haunt TEC. Right? I mean,
yeah,
he shouldn't be able to see in that range, but with the new changes, I think just being able to see Dynamite slide in. Joa, huge triple kill despite not being a single point of HP. TEC, oh, close but no cigar.
Yeah, the TEC coaching staff questioning the outcome of that round. Unsure how that could happen. It looked promising that TEC could claim the lead at halftime. They will have to find some more. Wolves Esports, can they close the distance once more? Once again, trying to position Spring a bit more aggressively towards A. TEC haven't really taken much of that space early in the rounds.
Jump to Joa. The garage anchor as Sufak is gonna get run down, but no, Joa's the one to take the fight first. The Abo gonna best him. just in the head-to-head. Seaside now under compromise.
Oh, he thought he got the timing there versus the drone, but loses the duel. TEC, what are they going to do with the numbers advantage? Oh my god, as the smoke fades, Spring finds an opening. Versus an unaware Lucas who had the spikes. A lot of information being given over. Another spike drop. This time it's Dynamite. As Yosemite just pushes through further and further. What is this man doing to the entirety of Titan Esports Club? It's just Coco. He is aware of the Neon, but Yosemite even gets a 4K round for the Viper. He just single-handedly won that round for them.
How many players had their backs turned to Yosemite? That was ridiculous. He just didn't account for him being so aggressive, finding those timings, understanding of where each and every single one of their players are going to be coming from. Yosemite cleans up shop. Wolves, 1 round the difference. 2 rounds in a row already, and let's see if the last round goes in their favor as well.
I mean, it wouldn't be Haven without a perfect 6-6 half. Could very well be a very close third map, but this time Joe wants too much, goes down immediately, and great follow-up there from TEC to get rid of Spring as well. They're still running into 2 players on A, and they even put down the Viper's Pit now. There's still a lot of time left for TEC. They could just go around towards B or even C. Where it's just Autumn for now.
I'm not even sure if Autumn's utility is within his range. And how gonna expect the push, but Yosemite, of course it's Yosemite again to be super aggressive, catch him off guard. Utility is available for the early information, but the side, I mean, there's no way Autumn gets to be able to contest this.
No. I mean, if you could find one, that'd be insane. Okay, there it is. Equalizing the numbers. Can now wait for the rest of his team to catch up. Spike will be planted. Safely, they would have to work towards Garage. He's facing 2 players already. What can Autumn do? He can do it all, almost. But Dynamite wins the duel versus the other 2. And it's the 7th for TEC. A small lead, but a lead nonetheless.
Yeah, they'll take it. It's another close affair, but Yosemite almost made it interesting with the push. Unfortunately, not too many players on that C side of the map. Autumn gave it his best, drew a lot of attention. But the star player in this round is going to be Dynamite. The one to crack things open all the way on A and then close it out. Back on C.
Yeah, great first half from both these teams. I love how they're just hyping up each other.
Deservedly so. 7-5. It's close, albeit Titan Esports Club did win out that pistol, so we'll see if Wolves has got another pistol in them, or is Titan gonna sweep both? That's my question.
I mean, in close matchups like this, pistols are actually something that will make a difference, right? Because you usually get like 2 rounds with 1 pistol round and a whole map that's already 4 of 13. Like a third of the rounds you need to win the map can be achieved through good pistol performances. So it's certainly something that can hurt Wolves in this matchup versus TEC. I mean, in any matchup with a pistol conversion like that. So yeah, 1 pistol here would be detrimental for them to come back into this game.
The unfortunate situation is in the 5 pistols that we've had so far, Wolves has only won 1 of them. So it's 4-1 in terms of the pistols in this matchup alone. So not the best look for Wolves, but it's still not out of the woods just yet, right? This is all that matters, what goes on here and now. If they win this pistol, they give themselves a pretty good chance tying up the scoreline and eventually winning out this map. So we'll have to wait and see. Wolves, can you finally turn up when it matters the most?
And I will correct myself, of course, as we see these stats again. Those are the 2025 stats for Wolves and TEC, not overall stats. But it doesn't matter because so far in 2026, Wolves' pistols have looked a bit rough, to say the least. They will go for a quick C execute, but the rest of TEC is already there. 4 players trying to fast retake, and they don't even get to what is going on. They're not even getting close to planting as all players just flood on site and take them down immediately.
This one was literally in the blink of an eye. All 5 kills just popped up in the kill feed. Not a single one goes Wolves' way. The decisiveness for this retake, impeccable from TEC. Read Wolves like a book, expected the C rush, and then had like what, 4 players just waiting behind smokes to pop up and surprise them for a pre-take. And again, the pistol rounds go in the favor of TEC. This is 5-1 pistol successes for TEC.
They even go for the Stinger Force, but even though they didn't get the spike plant, so a lot of invested here for Wolves. If they don't make this round, this could spiral downwards for them pretty quickly. And Hao Dong already spotting a couple players out. That's a great paranoia to answer, but Hao Dong gets the first shot, and now they're facing all the Stingers. Best case scenario for a force buy like that, but Coco through the smoke is good for 2 more. It's a 2v3, and on the corner like that, the Spectre will look better than the Stinger. Force buy not converted. Eco forced now for Wolves Esports. That start to the second half is looking grim.
Yeah, the Molly, the Viper, the Snakebite was actually perfectly placed, but without the weaponry, without enough utility, there wasn't enough follow-up. And that's a massive consequence because they're back down to an eco, which means, you know, that's an additional round to TEC served up on a platter.
I mean, we say that and then we get a thrifty, right? So, it's still China.
I'm holding my breath.
Anything could happen. But yeah, it's a great starting point for TEC in the second half. The drone will not spot anyone. They still have the Killjoy inserted there onto A short, and the rest of the squad is coming back towards A. Lucas will make contact now. Looks like they want to commit to this site. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Howden could have been timed there as he was just putting down the smoke. The one way towards short is good for another kill. Lucas just tucked in to that corner against the toxic screen. Well, it's a good smoke, but Lucas will just take the fight. He doesn't need backup. 2 players left for Wolves Esports, and this crossfire most certainly will not be broken. 2 more for Coco and double digits for TEC.
Yeah, after that first pick that Hao Dong was able to get right here, not a lot of pressure on the rest of the map. There was no reason for any of the TEC players to rotate off of A. Snakebite as well thrown into the mix just as the toxic screen drops, allows Lucas to line up 2 fantastic kills with that Stinger. And a much needed timeout now being taken by Fade. You can see why. That was not an inspiring round, even though it is like a little bit of an eco round, but they really got to lock in because double digits already found for TEC, double the scoreline of Wolves.
Yeah. I mean, it is going to be their first full buy now. I mean, I kind of like the aggression or the guts from Wolves to take that force buy in the second round of the second half. But the moment it doesn't pay off and you don't really deal a lot of damage to TEC in that position, not only do they, as you said, get another round basically for free, they also get so much money and so many creds now stacked up in their inventory. They'll be fine for a couple rounds, even if they lose 2 or 3, which is devastating with a scoreline like that now, because there's not a lot of room for errors for Wolves Esports right now.
All right. Let's see what Wolves have cooked up in that timeout. Like a pretty decisive play. 3 players they need towards that C site. TEC on the other hand, they're gonna put up Dynamite on that line towards A.
Nice. Spotted the alarm bot with the shock dot there. Getting rid of some of that util from Killjoy. Yes, TEC are putting a lot of attention towards B and Garage. Don't want to give them any openings there to sneak in. It's just Dynamite spotted towards A long now. They're gonna take their chances towards C.
Off. No reason for him to call for any rotate. It's a C-side sweeper taking nobody's home, but TEC, I do have a sneaking suspicion that they have plans for this.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that in their pistol, how fast they got onto site. It's a 5v5 retake. Weaponry, a bit stronger for Wolves Esports. But they could very well line up for a nice paranoia. Yeah, it hits 2, but this time they have the backup. But it's a great fast lane to get onto site. But no kills yet. Autumn is just too strong. Jowa just swings for another one. And all of a sudden, it's just ABO in a 1v3. And Autumn claims the 3rd for himself. Finally, a round on the board in their attack for Wolves Esports.
Okay, wow. I thought that was going to get a little bit more dicey. I thought that TEC had some solid game plans, but Wolves just shut them right at the door. Didn't even let them get past that initial choke point. Lovely stuff from Autumn right there to protect his teammate. Triple kill coming in from him, locking down that choke point with the utilities from his teammates. And so yeah, lovely stuff from Wolves. They stave off that retake attempt. Finally break that streak. Potentially string a couple more rounds in a row.
Yeah. Once again, very important duels to make to back up your teammates in these retakes. If Dynamite makes that kill, that round could very well gonna turn out differently. And as they take A long, and this one certainly stalling out a bit, trying to retake some space in mid as well. But not a lot of info given on the side of TEC, as this drone is certainly going to spot 2.
Well, Wolves, I think they're just pausing, hoping for either over-aggression from TEC, inside a reaction, and that's it, right? That is just a ruse. A little bit of a fake, but no reason for the rest of the team to rotate off. No presence followed up behind that utility.
Dynamite. It's going to be so crucial on that B spot. But Sufat finds an opening. Oh, he actually has to fall back. Gives away that position, but now the spike is actually coming towards them. Oh, that's a bit of a risk there from Yosemite. And he is expected by Dynamite. It's got to be the A side now. It's a late Viper's Pit that doesn't really cover the entirety of the spot, but gives Wolves very little space to work with. Sufat is found out. It's a 2v3. They got to fight outside of the Viper's Pit to make this possible. But they're given Wolves so many angles to be aware of. Hell is cleared. Do they expect Spring here? He's still hiding. Gets one. Viper's Pit is down. He needs to make this 1v1 work, but Dynamite is the victor. A 4K for him. And another round on the board for TEC.
Ah, that's really unfortunate for Spring there. He's stuck in the corner, couldn't get out. But this very questionable plays coming in from different points of the map there. Yosemite giving away an easy kill. A Dynamite so aware of the positionings of Barley. To be fair, I wasn't really aware of that one, but understanding that, hey, take control over hell, you can put a lot of pressure on the rest of the team, other sides of the map. But yeah, here we go, TEC on 11, looking for one more to get them to the match point.
And Wolves, probably their eco already not looking too good. 2 stingers there and the hands. They will get onto B side. That space has been given to them by TEC, and they put down the lockdown onto side immediately to just delay that one. But there comes the Hunter's Fury. Is it gonna destroy it? No, it's not. They're not gonna try to hit the lockdown, just trying to get out some positions. And Yosemite falls again versus Dynamite. Everyone has been pushed so far away from B side due to that lockdown. But Coco still sneaking in. No one is checking him. Now, Autumn finally found out. How does he make 3 there? The side grade to the stinger. What? And he's just gonna dance it out. How does he find these kills?
Oh my lord, how does Autumn survive that? He was surrounded, completely surrounded. Every single corner, little bit disjointed on the string. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Autumn makes them all fall.
Nah, that round was absolutely crazy. I mean, I like the idea from Wolves Esports also taking the lockdown to immediately take A-Link and C-Link. Further push TEC away from B to get these fights in their favor. But it all fell apart when Coco had that great timing from Garage, and even then, Autumn with the impossible hold there. What a clutch from him. From talking about him a lot already today. And he once again shows us his caliber. Absolute madman. And another eco there for TEC. A chance for Wolves to further close that distance.
Well-timed smoke actually prevents Wolves from accelerating to re-clear that A lobby position. And Autumn, he's going to go on a little bit of a scouting mission. Let's see what he can find here on C.
Ooh, nice. Great awareness, but he will run into Lucas. A lot of damage dealt to Dynamite.
It's info.
But no kill. Oh, Hao Dong. Tucked in behind the corner. All in. Gets the shot towards Spring. He is traded. But it's still another kill in an eco like that. And Lucas, with an upgraded gun, might try to surprise him. Quickly! They even check Dragon. It's Yosemite in the 1v1 of the 2 Vipers. And it's again way too close for every Wolves Esports fan. But they're still alive. 11 to 8.
I don't know how this got so close. Autumn spotted out all this information. He knows, hey, there's 2 or 3 players on that C side. As long as we trade things out, we should be able to get A under lock and key. But this early push coming through before the spike gets planted leaves it into a 1 versus 1, and Yosemite with the better angle and perhaps the better gun as well. Gotta close things out. And so again we go. Wolves unwilling to bend the knee. Both teams be fighting towards the night, and it's getting scrappy. Both teams, you know, just throwing hands just out on the street.
It is entertaining, to say the least, for every neutral viewer, most certainly. I bet both TEC and Wolves fans are going crazy right now. It is so close once again. TEC taking their last timeout now. They've been failing to convert some of these rounds that almost seemed certain for them to finally get closer to this map point and match point, respectively. Another C stack for them, and they will run into a lot of players. This could get very dicey. They throw in the util early. No, they're both contacting the jump to spot them. Immediate stun and paranoia. Can they get out in time? It looks like it. Counter paranoia coming in late. A lot of damage even onto Coco. Now the Hunter's Fury even invested to clear out Haodong.
Wait, look at Joa.
Great reaction. Oh wait, Joa's in heaven already.
Lucas is like, oh wait, I swear I saw him on my minimap. Where could he be?
He's so aware of it. Yeah, I think they heard him as well. They're both aiming for heaven. And it is the kill, but it's still 4v3. They're all still tucked into C main. Not really taking any space.
They took too long. They waited too long. There were 2 players on A, but now they're all on C.
All at C, and Coco finds the shot through the fast lane, but is traded. Oh, there's a small gap in the wall, and that's enough for ABL to claim 2. Lucas in onto the spot as well.
Oh man, that was a great start from Wolves, right? They were able to suss out that early aggression. Xufei even found a fantastic pick on the Haodong, and then Wolves overthink it. They send their Omen player up in towards A, they lose it. Didn't capitalize on the space and time that they had, took their own sweet time, and that was enough for TEC to rotate all 3 players on the C side.
Yeah, it's crazy that they got too scared there from this C-long push. Even after the 2 kills they found. But
the money's horrible as well.
Yeah. Backs against the walls now. They need 4 in a row to get us into overtime. TEC so close to winning their first series of Kickoff 2026. Sending Wolves Esports out of all teams into the lower bracket. They even checked that corner. They're very good awareness there, and the spam is not enough.
Stingers. The Stingers can't
just
spam through the wall. Oh no.
I mean, there was one Vandal in hand, but that Vandal is on A long. It's not going to help you in the garage fight.
Bad to worse. They're split up, but look at the rotational TEC. They're expecting this lead.
Yeah. Great awareness once again from TEC. Buying so much time. Snakebite also still aware. Available for Coco. He needs to be careful. Down to 2 HP. Even gets out the Snakebite. How on earth can you survive that long? The lockdown does not cover the entirety of B. And they put down the Viper's Pit. With the opening. Oh, the dashes, the slides, the jumps from Dynamite are just too clean. Too much of a distraction for Wolves Esports. Spike's been tipped already.
Oh no!
And they find the Viper. But Jova on top of the box. What a hero play from him. It's just Spring. He needs to make it work. The spam through the smoke is not good enough. Has to reload. Can he make it? It doesn't seem like it. He finds it in the last second, but it's too late. Titan Esports Club with the victory over Wolves Esports. What an ending.
Oh no. Oh no, that was so close yet so far. Wait. I'm sorry, I'm lost for words. Was it Haodong the one to teleport top of site? Oh no, that was Joa.
It was Joa.
Right. And that was Joa's smoke that helped TEC defuse.
Yeah.
Oh
I
no.
got confused as well. It was absolute madness there at the end. the way they spot out the Viper, clear the pit, and then even then it's the heroics from Joa and Spring almost making it work for them.
He
I
tried
mean,
to give
we
himself
saw-
some space with the smoke, and then it became the ultimate demise. And you can see the disappointment on the faces of the Wolves players. They know how much this match matters, how important it is in the grand scheme of things, because now they've been knocked down to the lower brackets and they have to make such an extensive run to even stand a chance at qualifying for Masters Santiago.
Yeah, I mean, it is a rebuilt Wolves roster, right? We talked about it already. A lot of challenger talent coming in for them. And it certainly might take some time for them to find their footing here in VCT China with this iteration of the roster after a, disappointing end of the year in 2025. But it certainly looks like they're not just there yet. At least here in Kickoff. It will take an absolute miracle run for them to through the lower bracket to stand a chance.
Yeah, on the flip side of things, credit to TEC, right? I mean, they showed up in this game. They showed up where it matters. I think we have an interview as well from Haodong.
我们也邀请到了浩东选手来接受采访，先跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 TEC 浩东。
获得了本场比赛的胜利，我们也邀请到了浩东选手来接受采访。看到了体坛在微风岛屿。
Hello， 大家好，我是 TEC 浩东。
对手也是欢迎，也是非常攻出了双决斗的阵容。想问一下，你们提前有预料到他们会做出这样的变动吗？以及一开局的时候看到你们是
first time playing Breeze and Wolves had a comp change. Did you expect them to make this change?
其实我们在训练赛上面已经遇到过这种很多双决斗的阵容了嘛。
And how are you guys doing? Well, like with that 8-0 lead on Breeze.
做得更好，所以说能达到很大的一个优势开局。
也是在实战当中去检验了一下自己训练赛的成。
And he says that we've faced a lot of double duels comps before, and that 8-0 lead was just them showing what they practiced.
但是当攻守互换之后，看到你在手枪局的第一局是拿到了一个非常干净利落的王牌精锐，暂时终结了对手的连胜。 那你当时看到你有一点惊喜，有一点。
And they're talking about his pistol ace.
队友好像感觉比我还惊讶吧，因为我正常在训练赛里边这种操作。
And what were your teammates' reactions?
还是谦虚了吧，我感觉是吧？并且今天的赛场氛围是相当火热的，就像你刚才提到的。
And he says that his teammates were more surprised than he was.
看到你第一局也有在很积极的去和对面进行互动，那第二局他们也是小的还以颜色。 想知道在稳定心态这一块你是怎么做的？平时就看你总是乐呵呵的。
因为我觉得稳定心态这一点，就是每一分都是新的一分嘛，就像我们。
And how do you like manage your like emotions, your mental?
都是新的一分，就不要管上一分我们做的哪方面不好，我觉得只是因为对面做好了，然后。
So he just kept telling his teammates every point is a new point.
来到突围组，相信这种良好的心态也能够帮助。
And he says that if we lose sometimes, it just happens because the other team played very well.
之后的话，我们的新春佳节也是即将到来，所以想问一下，刚才的选手已经送出了祝福，想问一下你通常会怎么去计划自己的春节假期呢？有没有什么可以和我们分享的事情？
准备打算每天都去我妈的面。
And how would you usually plan your like Lunar New Year holiday?
训练方面呢，会不会也兼顾一下？
肯定的，就是每天正常打 rank 嘛。
And he says that he goes to his mom's noodle shop every day to have a bowl.
那这次比赛现场我们也设有福能掉落的抽奖活动，在比赛期间现场将随机抽选观众获赠游戏资产。接下来有请浩东选手为我们抽出今天的。
And it looks like that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
你随时喊结束。
3、2、1，结束。
好的，让我们恭喜以上的幸运观众，也希望大家都能够多多来到线下观赛，体验我们无畏契约赛事线下的观赛氛围。那接下来把时间交给解说老师。
All right. Thank you very much to beat us, of course, for the translation, and very interesting interview here with Haodong IGL for TEC. I like how they also like touched on how he was basically just keeping the team together when they faced some of these crazy rounds here in this series versus Wolves.
Yeah, might need to visit his mom's noodle shop as well as a victory
Yeah.
dinner, perhaps supper at this time of the day. But yeah, I mean, this TEC, they stood the test of the resilience, right? I mean, that first map could have easily slipped out of their hands, but they kept it under control. Wolves answered back with a very strong bind, especially on the attacking side. And here on Haven, it was a really back and forth affair. You had Autumn pulling off crazy stuff, Joa himself also pulling on miraculous multi-kills. But as a team, you could see, right, TEC were just really cohesive, especially on those attack side of rounds, on those retakes. They look like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, and they will advance in the middle bracket. I'm just taking a look at, it's gonna be, where are they?
TYL, I think.
Yeah,
it's pretty big, right, the bracket.
Yeah, the bracket is so huge. They will face TYL in that next round, who looked very dominant earlier today versus Nova. Then again, to be fair, Nova probably looks like the weakest team in VCT China at the moment. So I'm not gonna read too much into that, but let's listen into some team comms once more.
凯柱有大，凯柱有大 ，A 那个回来了，我确定。赵子豪，你把这边清回来，他们靠 C 了。
那是不是给 Coco
你就下一个 B 外包，他凯柱有大。然后你们出去，
没人，可以开大，
把这边拉出去，把这边阵型拉回去。
我站 window， 我站 window。
我有个火。
猫嘞，
现在一个。
再另一个开的大，一会儿能收。
一会儿我去小门，一会儿我去底下躲大了。
先出来一个，
你们先出来。我有电剑。
准备补进来帮我行吗？
对，我一会儿准备开火了。
我待会儿补进去，
先走一步。
能补吗？
我们给
拿出来一个。还没低包，我已经把大留着了。没死。
把子弹，欧们在上面。
别急，玩包就行了。
他还在上面。
没低包，没低。
赢不了他们。
saving，太棒了。
不过师傅怎么说？
好的。
Nice call， 东哥。
Nice call，
打得好，加油 ！Nice。
Very nice. I was just about to say, the way they made that round work with Coco's Viper's Pit, absolutely amazing. And he also becomes the MVP of Haven.
Yeah, I mean, that round alone, you flip that, you know, the momentum could have switched, but it was so incredible that he was able to, you know, stay calm in all that chaos, call for his team to just back out of the pit. And his multi-kills, I think I said earlier on, you know, before this game even started, right, it was going to be a story between the Vipers. Which Viper is going to find that better impact? And Coco, I think, deservedly so with that MVP. He put on a stellar performance here on Haven.
Yeah, certainly a couple of very important multi-kills. Yosemite also didn't really play bad on the Viper. Especially in some of these attacking rounds, but he also you could see that he sometimes took too much of a risk, maybe was not aware that he could be spotted or it could be expected in his lurks. So yeah, Coco definitely more successful on that end as we see the rest of the player stats. I mean, it's been very good throughout the entirety of the squad there for TEC.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the stats on VLR as well. I think Coco at a 4-0 opening kill differential. So winning out every single opening duel he fought. Also incredible stuff, especially if you're like the Viper, if you're the anchor lurker, you're finding that kind of impact before anyone else. And you can see here in terms of the first kills as well, 12-9 TEC with that advantage. More successful in the post plans as well. So you can see why that edged them out here in this third and final map.
Yeah, all those, like these 7 post plans were the 7 rounds they won on attack. So very successful post plans will net you these rounds. Who would have thought that? To edge out the opposition here. But Autumn is the one who becomes the hexagon player of the match.
Hexagon King.
Yeah, the Hexagon King. Certainly not as dominant as we saw from, was it Hao Dong? No, who was it last? I forgot. I forgot who got perfect hexagon this series. I think it was Hao Dong on Breeze, maybe. Yeah.
But I'm trying to
I
think
guess
back.
we'll never know. Yeah, maybe with someone else. Probably with someone from Wolves then, if it was Unbind. But either way, a 2-1 victory here for TEC over Wolves. As you can see once more on Breeze, Bind, and Haven. It's been a crazy series. I kind of expected this to be a 3-mapper, but I think we both expected the maps to play out differently.
Yeah, I honestly did not expect an 8-0 start from either of the teams. But I did kind of expect a 3-mapper, and I'm glad that we did, because we saw different faces of both Wolves and TEC overcoming adversity, you know, having that kind of resilience. A lot of multi-kill rounds from a lot of different players. Haodong, I mean, Autumn finding success, Dynamite also with some crazy entries. So all around, a really, really exciting series. And happy to see TEC with a victory here in Kickoff. But again, my heart, you know, yearns for Wolves' victory. Commiserations to them as they head over to the lowers.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of expect them to beat Nova Esports at least, right? But then it's still like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 best of 3.
It's pretty, yeah.
They have to win to make that run to qualify. That's rough. That's rough. There's certainly a lot of work ahead for them, but for Titan Esports, they can be very happy with that result today. But facing TYL in the next round certainly is quite the matchup as well. It's going to be played out later this week, 2 days from now to be exact. So yeah, you should totally be hyped for that one, because I think that's going to be an interesting again.
Yeah, I think TYL a very, very promising team.
Yeah.
With a rookie that was from my region. So very excited to watch him, aka the guy on the screen right now. Hey, thank you to production all the way from China. Yeah, those are our top players that we've had here today. Splash, top of the scoreboard. We've got Haodong, of course, man of Breeze, I guess you could say, with that beautiful pistol ace. Yeah. Autumn, Joa, and of course Slowly.
Yeah, at least Autumn and Joa made it into the top 5 of the day, even though they took the loss. Other than that, we are not surprised to see 2 players from TYL here, of course, after the 2-0 victory. Just great to see these players succeed now, and I'm very excited for this matchup between TYL and Wolves Esports. But of course, there's a lot of kickoffs to be played still, a lot of matches coming up as well. I mean, tomorrow we do have the other set of mid-bracket matchups between JDG and Trace Esports. Yeah, there you can see it. This bracket is just huge. I mean, I love the fact that we have a triple bracket, basically, with the middle bracket inserted as well. But as you can see, yeah, tomorrow the matchup between Trace Esports and JDG and FPX and BLG, 2 teams that a lot of people probably also didn't expect to be in the middle bracket that early. Speaking of FPX and BLG, of course.
Yeah, I guess you could say a little bit unlucky that they have to face each other and one of them has to drop to the lowest. But hey, this is triple elimination. You technically still have 3 chances, so gotta make the most out of what you have and give it your best shot, because Master Santiago is a pretty exciting location. We haven't really had somewhere in that region before, I think, for Masters. So a lot of opportunities here for these Chinese teams.
Yeah, you would certainly love to see them there. So far, it's gonna be a wild ride for some of these teams. But yeah, you should definitely tune in tomorrow as well for, I think we're starting with JDG versus Titan Esports. That's not Titan Esports, the Trace Esports. It's too many TEs, guys. Yeah, we're starting with the JDG versus Trace Esports. That's 10 a.m. CEST again for you guys, wherever you are in the world, of course. But that's been it from us for today. Thanks for casting, Koldan. It's been a pleasure to be casting alongside you. Thanks to the production, of course, as well. And Beaters for the translations and the interviews. It's been a lot of fun. China Kickoff 2026 delivers once more with some great action, and you shouldn't be missing out on the action tomorrow. So tune in again, as I said, 10 a.m. CEST for JDG versus Trace Esports. My name's Crafty. I was joined by Coldan, and that's been it from us. Take care and have a great rest of the day. Goodbye.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.